Hello, everyone. Hello. How are you all? Welcome to City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign, and we are happy to have you here and to see all of your shining faces, all of you here watching us live on Twitch, and also all of you all watching us on YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate all the comments you make on YouTube, all those folks catching up. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're having a good evening. It's Friday, and you know what Friday means? Punching
Koloss
Nazis
Day?
time. Yes, it's
Yeah.
Koloss Day! It's
I got it right, everybody.
Yay!
Woo!
I'm so excited. So I want to thank you for being here. I want to say there are a couple of ways that you can support us. So this is our RPG. This is the show our big show that we do here that we've full of people who have spent a lot of time and effort thinking about their characters and doing costuming and just really sort of committing. And this is our 4th season, and we have some of the best cast members, and we have amazing people like Afrithiel, who does our overlays and amazingness, and then of course Lizard Eats Flies, who did our wonderful theme song. And because I feel like it's really important to pay people for their labor and their time, we pay this cast, and all that pay comes from a combination of you all helping out or me, depending on whether or not how much you help out. So here are the ways you can help out if you want to. Number 1, watch the show. That's the number 1 thing, because that's the most important thing. So if you're watching, thank you. You can also tell your friends about the show so they can come and watch the show. That is awesome. You can spend channel points, which have already been spent for today's episode, to give our players some fate points, because sometimes they need them, which we will talk about real soon after everybody gets their intro in. We'll talk about how many fate points people have or don't have, as the case may be, and why. And then if you want to, you could also join the Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, and money from the Patreon goes to help pay for the cast of the RPGs here. Also, if you like, you can give tips and bits here through the whatnot, just like Draftdeer just did, and also Rissa. And we will read out any messages to those tips and bits at our intermission and at the end. And I want to thank everybody who does donate, either through channel points, tips, bits, through Patreon, through their time, through their care. You can also join our Discord, where you can chat and talk about theories or share things. And all of those things are lovely. And I'm so happy to have you here. And I would like to introduce, I feel like, the best cast that has ever existed in all forms of media for the last 3,000 years. I checked. There was like reviews. It's true. Everybody knows that what I'm saying is just true. The best cast ever. I would love for each one of them to say who they are, and then say who they're playing, and then answer this question, because I do love a good question. And this question is going to be very friendly and pleasant, I think, because I'm interested, and the question is this. Oh, actually I have 2 questions. They're for different reasons. The first one is, what is your character's birthday? I just need to know. Just when is their birth date? Because I need to know if we're going to have birthday parties at any given time. And then the second one is, we just had Christmas, and I'm really, and actually for some people it actually is still Christmas Day, but I'm interested in, what is your character's favorite dish? Like, what is the thing? Because right now we're in occupied Paris, and a lot of people don't really have any food, although occupiers have food and rich people have food, but a lot of other people do not have any food. So I'm just curious, what is your character's favorite dish? Those are the things I would love to know. And so I would like to start off with the person who deserves to go first for so many reasons, and she knows why. Lindy. Lindy, who are you? Who are you playing? What is your character's birthday and favorite dish?
Hi, I'm Tesla, and I'm a cat. Hi, I'm Lindy, and I'm not a cat. I am a human, and
Shocked.
I know, it's crazy.
I have been deceived.
I know. I thought you were like a cat in human clothing.
I know, I do take a lot of naps, and I like food, but I will be playing Freda Engel. She is a famous German opera singer, and I think one of her favorite foods, she likes food. She didn't grow up necessarily having a lot of access to a lot of foods.
Yeah.
So I think her probably like her comfort food is something really simple that her mom would like used to make at home. Or maybe like had a bad day at school. Maybe it's just something let's see. Like just like a homemade like buttered toast with bacon or something like that. Just something really simple, but like comforting, some warm comfort food.
And what's her sign?
What's her sign?
Yeah,
Oh,
what's your
don't
birthday?
ask.
Just let me know.
I don't you can't ask me what's her sign because I'm really bad at that. I know my own and that's about it.
Or you can give me her birthday.
Her birthday. So let's go to this random date generator that I
We're gonna find out she's a Leo. Leo is in August.
Well, her birth date would happen to be Valentine's Day, according to this random date generator. It popped up February 14th. So.
Love it. What was your boyfriend's name? What?
His name was Angelo Valentino.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I did know that.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't forget. Love it.
Yeah. Just thanks, random date generator.
Let's go next to the person who we last saw last week. Our young doctor who did a lot of things in his solo episode, many of which you may find out about. Who knows? Tell me, KP, who are you? Who are you playing? And could you tell me your character's birthday and then also favorite dish?
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Hello, everybody. I'm KP, and I play Prince or Doctor Preetam Jaswant Singh. And his birthday. That's a really great question. I feel like I do want to use a random generator, and I feel like I'm using it wrong because it's just giving me dates between a certain time frame, and I didn't get a chance to properly set it up. So
just pick like January 1st and December 31st, and then it'll pop
right
up
on New Year's.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go with more of a springtime, and I will say March the 4th. I'll do March 4th. There you go. That's an easy date for me to remember because that is my anniversary.
My wedding anniversary.
Yeah, right. Wait, your wedding anniversary? That's my wedding anniversary.
Mine, not Freda's. Mine.
No, mine. That's my wife's. That's our wedding. Like our wedding anniversary is also March 4th.
Oh my gosh, we're like wedding twinsies.
Yeah,
wedding twinsies. I love that.
It's gonna be really easy for us to remember that. That is now also Preetam's birthday. So there you go.
And favorite dish?
Favorite dish? Oh, okay. This is going to be, I think, for him, it's just a matter of he misses home.
Yeah.
He misses his food, his culture. Definitely his North Indian cooking. And I feel like, and you have to understand at that time, because he is royalty. Royalty dishes were much different. And he was exposed, from a young age to international cuisine. So it's not like any of that was a surprise to him. So I would just say something very simple, even at this point. Like, honestly, just having those samosas with Lakshmi Singh was a huge thing for him, because that just reminded him of home and having that company with someone from his homeland. So I would say something simple like that, or just like a roti chawla, just something like that. I think it would at this point be something he misses and wants. So yeah.
And you had some samosas just the other night. Interesting. Well,
not KP.
No, but the prince did.
That's why I look so sad. I'm very sad right now because I do not. Preetam has.
Also, in case you're curious, the film you went to go and see was Montmartre with Edith Piaf. In case you were. Oh, I mean, and also all the murder that you did. I mean, I don't want to spoil anything for the rest of the cast, but not movie. I mean, murder.
Slitting throats left and right.
Yeah, just
all grown up.
It was like a full-on Sweeney Todd situation.
That scalpel saw action last night. No.
Dot, who are you? Who do you play? And actually, I do think I already have your characters. I think your character's birthday is in our
well, if it's
Conca.
not, I'd like to change it because I did pick a sign.
Oh, good. I'm ready for it. And then favorite food.
Okay. I'm Dot, y'all, I've been away for a few weeks. Because y'all have been causing shenanigans on your own, and then one week I took off because Trooper was like, "Go to your concert," and I did, and it was wonderful.
Was it wonderful?
It was wonderful.
Was it your favorite band?
It's literally one of my favorite bands in the whole world, and I found out like 3 days before that they were playing not but like 2 blocks from where we live. So it was like, if I miss it, I would have been a very sad dot. So it was really, really great.
Wait. I'm sorry. Before you go on, I have to ask, because you went to that concert that was one of your favorite bands that was like right next to the house and it was so wonderful, does that mean that Regina is now full of joy and happiness? Did she go to the bunker just because she was so happy and was gonna dance and sing?
Well, it's funny you say that, Trooper, because Regina is definitely a Virgo, which means no, she is not happy ever. She's not. She's she's self-efficating and industrious and practical. And sometimes under the surface, she's a little bit kind and sympathetic. Yeah, but she doesn't let people know that.
She is a Virgo.
So she's such a freaking Virgo. She's such an Earth sign. It's not even funny. So she's a Virgo, which means like it needs to be late August to like mid-September. So like, I don't know, August 26th-ish, because I think Virgo starts August 23rd. So we'll say she's got an August date. If we don't already,
very close to Leo, which, you know.
It is very close to Leo. She's a bit passionate, but she doesn't quite hold those Leo needs. If y'all know what I'm talking about, if you've been with a Leo. Okay. As for her favorite food, I think it's got to be a sweet treat. I think it's something sweet that she doesn't tell anybody about. So what is that custard baking that they eat in Germany called Kuchen?
Kuchen is the cake.
Kuchen? Yeah, it's like a cake. It's like a custard cake, right? They make like a raspberry or rhubarb, and I imagine it's probably something like that. Yeah, like raspberry custard Kuchen.
Yes. I love that. Oh, I just am thinking about how many people here do not get the things that they love the most here in occupied Paris. Speaking of not getting what they want the most, or maybe they do, Greg, who are you? Who are you playing, and what is your character's birthday, sign if you know it, and then, favorite dish?
Hi everyone, I'm Greg, Grimjack21502. I'll be playing Oscar Mueller, reformed Nazi agent. Let's see, birth date. I think I'm going to go with, since he's 30, I think we established that he's 30 years old. He's going to make it easy for Greg, January 11th, 1911.
Little Aquarius action from our dear Oscar.
Love it.
Is that what it is? Is Aquarius?
Yes, is the dawn. I think it's Aquarius of the age.
Is it? I thought it was Is it Capricorn or Aquarius? I can't remember.
I think it's. It might actually not be. So okay, yeah. So it's mid-January, I think, is when mid to late January is when we start.
Check me, because I have no clue.
Yeah, Aquarius. Yeah,
it
so
is
December 22nd through January 19th is Capricorn. Yeah.
Shit. Okay, there we go.
Capricorn.
And Oscar's favorite dish is also a dish that smaller Greg didn't like from his my paternal grandparents were from Germany. And so I received a dish that was, just bear with me, everybody. I don't know what it was called. I don't know if it was created. It was sauerkraut with pickled beet eggs in it. And I was initially given that, and I thought, why? I'm trying to be murdered. This is an intricate plot to poison a young boy. But no, and I had it and I loved it, and Oscar would have done the same, I think. One of the few things that we share is that our love of this bizarre dish. And so
that sort of makes me just think of like, it's like really a good working class dish, right? And I'm thinking about our
right.
Yeah. So good, thank you. And I am your GM, troopersjp, and I am the facilitator for their mayhem, and that's what I do. And I believe we will talk about where we left off and where we'll begin. It is the winter of 1941, an unseasonably cold winter all throughout Europe, and the war is heating up in very complicated ways. Paris is becoming very, very complicated. Our heroes, our protagonists, have been buffeted about by fate and by movement, and have set up things and are in complicated dances at the moment. We are on the 25th and 26th. At the moment, we're on the 25th of December, which is Christmas Day. And we're going to raise up our curtain, sort of pull back the curtain on Oscar and Frida. But before we actually do, I will just sort of get us a space where our people are, a bit of a kind of a montage. Because if you have a montage, then you get skills really fast, and then you can beat Russian boxers and ski chiefs and whatnot. So Frida and Oscar are in their brothel looking at two bodies that have been flayed of all of their flesh, hung up by their wrists, tied with a rope as their bodies hang in the Greco-Roman room, deciding what they're going to do about that. And at this moment, the prince he has left the apartment, the hotel, the suite that he's been staying at, and because we're in the afternoon, and he has gone back to his practice, I believe, at this moment. I believe he's at his practice, and that's what I have. Yes, and Regina is alone, probably in the dark with some sort of, perhaps a kerosene lamp of some sort, or some sort of light, if she has it at all, in the bunker, a place she hasn't been in quite some time. The bunker being the basement of this old brewery that was turned into an apartment, a house. Like, some people bought this old brewery and they turned it into a home, and the basement, which is basically the cellar, right? The old cellar where they would keep all the barrels of beer, was was the place where she had been living after her old apartment was compromised with a bomb. And she said it. It's fine. And she put the bomb there. And she is there at the moment, sort of sitting in this place. Actually, could I, Dot, if I could you describe to me at this moment where in this complex of the bunker, which actually links, it has sort of like the sewers, right? The outtakes will take you down to the River Seine, or into the sort of they're not the catacombs, because the catacombs are actually on the other side of the river, but there are these old Paris has this underground, right? The famous one is where the catacombs are on the left side, but on the right side there are all these limestone quarries, old sort of medieval limestone quarries that sort of pepper parts of the underground of Paris. And this particular cellar has tunnels that lead into this sort of complex of old abandoned sort of limestone quarry tunnels. So if we might start, Dot, just tell me, what is Regina doing at this moment? We're the afternoon of Christmas Day.
Well, she's definitely changed clothes. She's not wearing anything that a proper German woman would wear. She's probably in street clothes. She looks a lot more comfortable. Pants, boots, the works. She seems actually to be a bit dirty. Like with like the dusting of maybe said limestone and salt. Her hands are busy at work. I hate to say sketching, but she seems to be working on something, and at one of the like makeshift tables that she has here, maybe near her like torture drain area, and
so for the record, I just want to make sure that, so you're actually in the cellar, not in another place underneath, like for example the makeshift medical clinic that was in there, or the screaming room?
Nope, she's super duper
Okay,
not there.
just asking.
Super duper not
For
there.
no reason. Okay.
But I imagine you see a picture of Hannah like propped up on the table while Regina's like vigorously working on something, and kind of around her in that crazy paranoid kind of way. There's like a lot of pictures that are drawing. She's clearly just finished processing a bunch, and they seem to be of the screaming room, of the hallways down through this limestone quarry, of the makeshift medical facility. Yeah, but of course she's busy, and if you look hard enough, or you care to notice, you might see that she could be kind of still bleeding from the wound in her gut, just lightly, right? That like healing process might be coming through the kind of dirty white shirt she's wearing, but she is like hard at like and you might notice, Regina doesn't often do this, but her eyes seem a bit swollen. Maybe her makeup's running just a tad, but she's been alone for 24 hours, which she doesn't get very often. So yeah.
May I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, I'm not going to answer this question yet because I forgot to do a thing, and not to make you feel nervous, but I'm going to just pop over to the map screen for a moment, because I feel like everybody needs to get their fate points, because I will note that there are no fate points at all right now. They were all used. KP, you used all of your fate points. Let me refresh you. And also all of the group fate points.
You put me in a situation where I had to use
Did
them.
I don't know if that's true. But, I mean, it is true, because that's what I do for a living. So here, KP, here, have all 3 of your fate points back. Lindy, you're back to 3. Dot, you're at 2. Greg, you're at 2. And your faction...
Didn't we get some letters from home?
But your faction always gets 2 to start, because your
good,
faction has a
good.
refresh of 2. So let me give you those in case, you were concerned.
And then a little help, little support from London.
And we do have some support from London. We have some letters from home. There is from Hawkeye, who will be hosting whatever they're doing tonight at Critical Role on his channel. And also Rissa, 2 wonderful supporters who have given some letters from home, and you get 2 more fate points, just in case you were worried and nervous. And I just want to put that out there, that you have them, that they're here, and the violence clock does not go up based on what happened last session.
I'm not surprised. It was a KP episode. He seems a little violence adverse, or at least the doctor does.
Things happened, but it has not increased the clock, because people may not know what happened yet. So, fate points. Speaking of fate points, dearest Dot, this is the question I wanted to ask you. You've been spending some time there, doing something. I feel like it would be remiss of me not to ask. Would you like to make a roll of some sort? Are you creating an advantage? Are you doing a discover? What? I want to give you an opportunity here.
Okay. Well, my
Creating
actual
an
hope
aspect,
was
really.
like, maybe if I come back to what Regina considers actually home, she could and properly gets a chance to mourn the departure of her lover. She might be able to clear some of this mental stress.
Yeah. If you're in the actual cellar, you would see, of course, the vase that Hannah, because Hannah knows that Hannah always noted that some people, Regina, were a little bit Spartan, and the place was not particularly homey, right? And so she made sure that she had a vase with some flowers in it, which, of course, they are still there. And the sort of indicators of a life, right, are still there, because it's not like Hannah could take all of her stuff with her when they were going to smuggle themselves out of the country. And so, of course, there are still, a shirt here, Luke's cap, one of Luke's caps in the corner, little bits and pieces of, and actually, Oscar had been living there as well. Oscar, what did you leave in the cellar?
I did leave something.
Because I imagine you didn't bring all of your Oscar things with you up to the hotel.
No. I have an outfit that
Yeah.
was Oscar's old uniform.
Yeah.
The one that he left is still there.
Yeah.
He left originally when
Yeah.
he was a officer.
Yeah.
And I had one other article of clothing. A long trench coat is at the edge of when you go out to the river.
Mm-hmm.
That's the coat that he would put on when he came and left his Holgar.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this place has all of these, and I imagine actually quite a bit of Regina's. I mean, Regina's all of the actual, not the house ladies who lunch Regina, but the actual Regina's stuff is here.
Right, like her sniper rifle and
Mhm.
all of the camera supplies and
Mhm.
yeah.
And of course, in this place, you also have here some barrels of expensive wine that belonged to Hannah's father. You've
I
got
imagine that there's now a couple empty bottles of those.
oh
And Regina's
Mhm.
like making light from old like candles that she's jammed into the top of them nearby, but you can see that she's, a little drunk, a little sad, a little busy.
hmm. Please clear that mental stress. Absolutely.
Okay, good.
But
Okay, good.
but because you have been here for quite some time, would you like to make a roll of some sort? Is there a thing that you are trying, or Regina is trying to accomplish?
Yes, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's an advantage. I'm just trying to figure out. This is more of a long-term thing, and
Yep.
she's going to need a specialist in something to make it fully come to fruition.
Mhm.
She'll find that person eventually. But I imagine if the camera panned over and you could actually see what she was sketching, she's actually partially started to create some kind of like architectural drawings of
Mhm.
the like mapping of the mines of these
Mhm.
limestone mines. And you can see the pictures. There's a couple of the pictures that she's taken, and she's written on top of them. And you can see she's added to it kind of, well, I guess if you were a demolitions expert, you might imagine that she's rigging something up.
This sounds to me like you're trying to create an aspect.
I guess so. Because but Regina can't do the demolitions. All she can do is the like plans for like how she would want it maybe to collapse.
That sounds like science, right? Because you're going to be using sort of architecture, right, or geology surveying, right, sort of to get sort of think about weak points. That sounds like a science role to me.
Yep. Could I do academics history instead?
History?
Yeah, based on like structure of mines and the catacombs and that kind of thing. Only because science, I can't have my specialty, if that makes sense. That's what I guess I'm asking.
Yeah,
His
but
specialty in science is chemistry.
yeah, no, but you can still roll science. You just wouldn't get the +1 for it.
Precisely.
Yeah,
If I
yeah.
roll academics, I get the historical.
Yeah, but you're trying to survey what the weak points are in this mine in order to make them blow more effectively, which doesn't feel like a history roll.
It's true. I'd rather just not make a roll because that's not going to be a very good one.
There's no harm to make it.
You say that. It's fate. There is always. That's the entire point of the game, Trooper. Yes, there is. If I roll poorly, there is a.
Well, you're just trying to create an advantage. So either you just fail to create it, it's your choice, or you create it and the bad guys get a free invoke, or you succeed at a. Yeah, that's it. It's fine.
Right. It's the free invoke part.
Yeah, but
that bothers
it's
me.
your choice though. You get to choose.
I mean, honestly, I had no plans of Regina making a roll. The real reason to be there was the mental stress. This is just something that she's kind of working on. I don't feel like she would be ready to make a roll until she had a demolitions expert to actually do it.
Although, see, if you succeed, what you do is you give that demolition expert a bonus.
Yes, but
basically.
if I fail,
Nothing.
there's a free invoke. Yeah, huh?
No,
If
it's
you
your
just said-
choice. It's your choice. Either you just
You
fail,
can just fail.
or you create the aspect with a free invoke on your enemy. It's your choice.
All right, I guess I'm rolling.
It's not gonna hurt you.
There you go.
What do we
A
have
three.
here? Oh,
So
you're fine. With that 3, you will get an aspect with one free invoke, and that is surveyed surveyed the mines.
I imagine what Regina's actually done has gone through and she's surveyed and she's actually started putting like hooks in the wall, right? Which is why her hands are so dirty. And she's actually spent time like manual labor in a way to like relieve some of the stress, but for a very specific purpose she has in mind.
We'll say prepped the mines. Yeah. See? That wasn't bad.
Sure.
That wasn't so bad. But he's so nervous.
I am nervous. It's been a while.
It's been a while. So there you are working, and we're going to sort of move away from that sort of melancholy Virgo of a Regina, and we're going to slide over to a much happier space. The brothel. So in the brothel, it is...
There's a lot of happy places.
Bodies.
Flayed bodies, yes.
Okay, just making
Brothels
sure
are
that's the
generally
brothel.
happy places, though. You at least you leave happy.
Generally is the key term.
Generally. At this point in time, the brothel's not yet open. It's probably around 2 or 3, probably closer to 2. And as we sort of slide, we do our scene change. The folks, like the stagehands, all wearing black, just change the scenery. The backdrop from the cellar to the brothel, and we have in this moment Frida and Oscar both dressed in their Sunday best,
All black
church
for morning.
clothes.
Yes.
Church clothes, standing in the middle of this room on the 4th floor of this 6th floor brothel. And they're in the Greco-Roman room, which has got columns, and it's made to look as if it's some sort of, there's some togas hanging up if you wanted to wear them, and some laurel wreaths, so that you can sort of live your very best decadent Greco-Roman life. But the room itself is empty, except for a lot of blood that's sort of pooled across the floor, sticky, and these 2 bodies hanging. And in the room, and there's like a bucket where someone had tried to clean, but they did not get very far, like a bucket with a rag. And we have our 2 protagonists there, and you have the rest of the group of people who work here are not in this room at the moment. Rolf and Giselle are downstairs. The women are in their rooms on the 2nd floor for the most part, 2nd, 1st, depending on where they're at. Sometimes they're in the far top, just kind of depending on where they are. And I will ask you 2, what all do you do? And to recap, if I remember correctly, Oscar did some assessment, some discover actions, and was like, yes, this is my good friend's handiwork. I know who did this. It was me. No, it wasn't him. It was our very, very, very good friend Elias, who murdered these people with a knife, some sort of implement. And Frida,
yes,
did her assessment, and what she could tell from her experience, not medical experience, but criminal experience,
what
is that this was done deliberately and it looks a mess, but it was done in such a way so that the people who were being tortured would not be able to make a sound as it was happening, right? That they actually died fairly quickly. They weren't alive very long. And like the first cuts were probably around the necks. They couldn't say anything. And this was done in a way to send a very deliberate message. To send a message, a hello sort of a message, a how are you? Have some friends. They're dead. Kind of a message, just as people do when they're being.
She's formulating her reply.
So with that comment, let us take it over to you all. What are you thinking? What are you doing in this moment as you are both standing alone in the middle of this room?
Yeah.
And Oscar, the last time you were in this room, if I remember correctly, it was you, Tango, and Sigmund. And you were trying to go and organize a heist. And it was trying to figure out, because there was this sort of discussion about whether or not you should go after this heroine or go after some produce, and there was this whole sort of tension between Sigmund and Tango, and between you and Tango. There was a lot of tension happening in the room at that moment, and it was this sort of moment of planning for a heist and sort of discussion at that moment. It was the last time you were in this room. Yeah, I leave it to you. What are you thinking?
Well, with Frida's permission, Oscar would need two things. He would need to know who these two girls were, their names, and not to get too descriptive, he would need basically like 2 containers, and he is going to
Canvas probably
strip.
you get.
Yeah, he's going to strip completely naked, save his clothing out of this room, and he's going to clean up as much as he can. If you take away the source of the blood, then it's just blood.
Yeah.
If you have the source there, then it's part of a scene. It's a tableau, So that's what he's going to try to do, is just at least get the bodies away and get them ready for the girls or Giselle or someone to take care of.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. Frida has her thinking face on it. I think she's walked around the room fully, a couple laps. Oh, yeah, I can get those things. I'll be back. Find out who this is and start clacking in her Sunday heels down the stairs.
And as you go down the stairs, you again don't see any of the...
Locking the door behind me.
You don't see any of the women. First off, none of the women who work here would be on the 3rd floor at this point in time anyway. Because you've done a tour of this whole place. Most of them have apartments. They have rooms that they sleep in. Most of them actually live here in the building where they work. And they have their rooms often on the 2nd floor. There's some offices there. The main office, there's an office for you in the back on the 1st floor, in the back of there's
wonderful.
Look, when you walk in, right, it's like it kind of looks like a...
That's great to know.
A bar.
I'm gonna write that.
It kind of looks like when you walk in, there's like a bit of like a... When you walk in, you don't walk in straight into the place, right? You walk in and there's like a little bit of a little mini hallway in the 2nd door. And of course there's like kind of like a coat check, but also people can see who you are. You come in and it's a big open space that's more of a restaurant, bar sort of space, very sort of loungy space, so that people could come in and have a meal, enjoy entertainment, but not necessarily partake of the upstairs behavior if they didn't want to. But also women can come down and men, the people you have working here, can come down and parade through sort of the bottom area, and then people can then come up. But in the back, in the far back, there's a door that will take you to your office. Now your office. It was at one point in time not yours, but it is yours now. So there's like an office for you in the far back.
She definitely went through that whole office with a fine-tooth comb.
Oh, really? Would you
she
like
would
to
during
make
her
a
tour?
roll?
Because I would love to.
This would be a discover action.
We were here for a while the girls were getting medical attention. This would be a awareness.
Well, it depends on what kind of question you'd like to ask. Because you can ask a question that would be based on awareness, or any skill you want. You can always find info based on any skill you want. It's just whatever skill you pick will determine what kind of info you get.
I think knowing that this was Tango's and his friend Sigmund's, probably more Sigmund's office, if she had to guess, based on what she's heard.
For free, yes.
Yes, wonderful.
That's a free
little nameplate that says Sigmund right there.
You're also playing fast and loose with that friend thing. By the way, but that's okay.
It's a very that was a complicated relationship.
Sure. She doesn't know about it, and they don't matter anymore because they're not getting this place back. I think in knowing that he was a criminal or had some criminal element, rather than awareness, I'd like to use resources criminal to see if he had any like hidey holes or like nooks.
Well, there are a lot of things you could find out from that skill. So please roll it for me if you don't mind.
I would love to. I'd love to roll that for you. Give me one moment. I will.
Get higher than a 3.
I'll try.
Please do.
I got a 3.
1.
Oh no, I got a +1 because it's criminal.
That's a 2. So you have failed
I think I will spend a fate point using my from the Viper's Den aspect to pump it up to a 4 to see
Please do.
what's in here.
You may
So
ask
that could have been helpful.
any question. So let me tell you what you see in general, and then you can ask any question
Please. Yes.
that your skill in criminal resources could tell you. Which means, as a person with criminal resources, that means not only can you acquire resources that you might get on the black market, that might be stolen, but you also know things about like stolen goods or where people hidey holes, or even things like what do you call it, like cooking books, right? Like anything that would be sort of like resource related in a kind of a slightly criminal way. You have that. Those are things that you are skilled in. I don't know why you are skilled in thinking like, oh yeah,
that's so weird.
That's weird, right? Like, because you're an opera singer, right? Who's like,
yes,
the Berlin Nightingale, famous
German opera singer.
It's true.
No. What?
Weird. Okay.
So crazy.
So crazy. So this office is most of the things in there are written in German.
That's no problem for her.
No problem for you. Most of the things are written in German, and when you go through, the office is slightly cluttered. There's a phone in here. The phone itself, which is nice. Like you've got your own phone. That's cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
The phone itself, most of these phones are going to go to like an operator. This one does not immediately go to an operator. Like you can pick it up and nothing sort of happens, and then like you can you probably want to hang it up before you get to an operator unless you actually want to talk to somebody for whom will connect you somewhere or another. But this entire office has got more than one set of books, right? So like an official set of books and a less official set of books. A lot of documentation of clean bills of health showing that there are no sexually transmitted diseases.
Then the new ones would be in there as well.
Yes, the old ones are clean bills of health saying that the person involved is completely healthy, but there are no names on them yet, so you could just write them in. Yep, so there's that. There are these sort of passports, most of which have sort of now the paperwork has expired. And you went, I believe you were going to go and talk to Luke, right, about getting new forged documents.
That's one of the reasons she wanted to come here today was to get the documents.
Right, because you need new stamps, right? Because these things have to be sort of renewed. But all of the documents are, every single one of the sort of, first off, all of the sort of documentation and ID and permits and travel permits, they're all locked up in this office. They're not in the hands of the women who work here. The person who has this office has them. The women do not have them. And every single one of them says that these women are good French citizens. And
I remember that much.
Good Protestant French citizens. And you're like, I've heard these women's accents, and that is not true at all.
We're working on it.
Yeah, but right. So they've all got really good documentation saying they're good French citizens, all unmarried, sort of like these sort of fake identities, as it were. The office has mostly the office has got sort of ledgers of beers and wine, but also you can see little ledgers of like what clearly seem to be like payoffs, or because and like lots of sort of now expired because he's no longer here, but now expired ration cards that clearly give them extra special dispensation to get stuff that people should not be having because they're running this sort of brothel. And there are little other things in this office that are slightly different, right? Like there is a military cap, right? Looks like a lieutenant's cap.
That's gotta go.
Right. You've got Sigmund's one of his military jackets hanging off like on a chair for when he might have taken it off when he'd come in for work. He's got a couple changes of clothing in there. There's a photograph of two men, and if I recall correctly, you would know. Have you ever seen Tango?
Yeah, we talked. We had awkward sandwich time. Yes.
There's a photograph of Tango and some other guy, some sort of slightly shorter sort of fellow with slick back hair. But in this photograph, they're both dressed sort of like in tuxedos. And Tango has a fake mustache on, and they look like they're in some kind of like restaurant, and they're like laughing as somebody's taking a photograph of them. And it looks to be some kind of very like it looks to you like Monte Carlo,
like a ritzy
perhaps,
place.
like
sure.
like a casino, perhaps in Monte Carlo, and they're sort of laughing in this sort of photograph of the two are there, is in the desk. There are little like a little notepad with various names and numbers attached, like just a little notepad, like names and numbers.
That's interesting.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Seems to you to be how do I say this? Sketchy, in the sense that like if you had a list, like because they're not actual people's names, they're things like the scar, teeth, big eyes, right? And then like numbers, which you're probably guessing probably some kind of payoff or some kind of like contacts of people that some kind of ledger of things. So like little notes here and there of things that he was maybe paying people off of, or sort of Byzantine contacts. And then some other sort of sometimes there were some that looked like some names crossed out, you know, the crazy one crossed out, and then like Tango exclamation point and like underlined, like just sort of like kind of notes about what's happening. And yeah, that's what's in there. So you may ask me a question.
Okay. So that's what she's found.
Mhm.
What's hidden in here?
What's hidden in here? And you're thinking, okay, if I were a criminal and I wanted to have some kind of smuggler's bolt, right? Like, where would it be? That sort of thing.
It's the desk, the wall, the floor, like
Mhm,
where, you know, because if he was doing some sketchy stuff, which it seems to be, you want a stash hidey hole.
Yeah. So there's no stash hidey hole in here, would say most
Oh.
people.
Of course not.
No. And you're like, desk? That would be a good space, like false bottom. No. And you're like, okay, interesting. You kind of, maybe there's like a place and you're like, okay, what's happening? You're trying to check out this place, and you notice, you're like, that painting, right? There's a painting of dogs playing Scott, which is like a German card game, like poker, but it's not. And the dogs are all like World War I dogs, right? In little different World War I uniforms.
Sure.
And they're playing cards. And you're like, the place itself is not particularly well dusted, and that painting is less dusty than other places.
Less dusty, yeah.
There is a safe behind that painting, a wall safe that has been installed.
Locked?
It is locked.
Is it a key lock or is it a combination lock?
It's a combination lock.
That's a little, you can crack a combination with time.
You can, and people who have tradecraft can probably crack that safe as well.
Yeah. He has a little bit of tradecraft. It's not particularly good, but I guess, you know what? We could try to give it a go.
This is a 4. This is a great challenge.
Oh God. I have a +1. It's probably not going to happen. It's probably just going to be a fail, but you never know. You never know. Sometimes you have no lockpicking skills and you pick locks on lockboxes and travel desks.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if anything fails, you do have an SOE trained doctor.
It is true.
We do.
And
no,
also,
she does not. She just spins it around. Is like, I can't hear the clicks. I don't.
Would you like to fail at a major cost?
No.
Are you sure?
No.
Because you can succeed.
I don't want to fail at a major
I'm sorry.
cost.
Would you like to succeed at a major cost? Because
no.
Are you sure? It would just be a major cost.
Yes, I'm very certain. I know people.
Fine. I mean, you could get into that safe if you wanted.
I could probably get into it later too.
That's true.
I'm the type of person in real life who's like, oh, it's a 5-digit thing. That's only a couple thousand combinations. I'll get through it eventually. I'll just make it like logbucks. That's me. I'm patient.
Right. Okay.
Freda has even more patience than I do.
Yeah, considering your husband, you have a lot of patience.
A lot of patience. So she just notes it, puts it back, and then she will find the Oh, what's your face?
Giselle.
Giselle, yes. Get the names of those two gals and who did this, or at least what name did they give?
Oh, she says, and she sort of looks a little distressed, and she says, well, I can give you the names which names do you want?
Both would be good.
Well, they are both Marie, not officially, they are both a Marie. I can give you which ones their paperwork was.
Please, that would be helpful.
The
I actually need everyone's paperwork as well, but if you could separate those, it's getting updated.
Oh, I see. Yes, yes. It should be in the office. There, there.
She'll get it together. Yeah.
She said, well, and you can tell that she's it's a little bit heavy, right? She's got a slightly heavy heart with that one. She says, well, the shorter one was Evelina. She was from Poland. And the slightly taller one was Katya. She was from the Russia.
Thank you. My next question: is there any do we have any spare crates or boxes or containers lying around?
We have crates from supplies. If should I get Rolf and the boys to?
If they could just leave it by the door for now, that would be good.
And as for the person this happened,
Yeah.
when the brothel was closed, we don't know. Someone broke in. They must have. When we all went to sleep, everyone was accounted for.
I see. This is most disturbing. I will see what I can do about it.
And she looks up where Oscar is, probably, right?
Yeah, he's inside, just taking things down, scooping things up.
And she sort of like lights this cigarette, and it sort of hangs loosely out of her mouth. And she says, you have not been here as long as I have.
No.
This does not seem like something done by one of our rivals. That is not normally done this way, so I don't know who did this.
I will do my own investigation as to the matter. Speaking of which, could you give me a list of our rivals? That would be most beneficial.
Well, it's a little unclear because there has been a change of leadership.
Yeah.
But there were some men who came in and were a little bit aggressive, thinking that while the cat was away, well, I suppose they thought that perhaps we did not have leadership, and we were then easy pickings. This was before you arrived, but Rolf and the boys chased them out. But
very good.
But I'm glad that you are here, and I'm hoping that you will be able to bring us more security.
That is my goal as well.
When we had the German officer here, we had very little trouble, but once he died, there were people coming to pressure us to take over, but I said that I mentioned that we still had our leader, Tango, and they seemed to know the name. It did not seem to make them happy. They said they would be back.
Interesting. Well, if they come back, you can say that Tango is no longer at least in the country, and will no longer be running this establishment, even if he did want it back. That there's a new leadership.
He was rarely here, but I will say that the men who came seemed to... well, I can read a man's face. They seemed to want to come back when he was here, but I do not think for wholesome reasons.
Most likely not. I know this has been quite a day and you've been through a lot, but I do have one more question for you. What's the matter since the past few weeks? I think she'd probably have a picture of Otto. Has this man stopped by?
Oh, there was a fate point spent 2 weeks ago or so? 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago. And she looked, she goes, why? Yes, but why?
Well, I wanted to apologize to whichever poor damsel had the, well, I can't say pleasure of his company.
And Giselle reaches out and she puts her hand on your wrist in a way that she has a lot of strength in her grip. And it's a little bit urgent, and you can tell that in her eyes there is like a sinking feeling and a concern and a little bit of alarm. And she says, he was with Katya. And her eyes glance upward just a little bit. And then she says, could he have been... Did he do this?
He might be a bit violent at times, from what I know of, but he would not do this. Was he? How violent, pray tell? Just so I know how to...
You get the sense that she is not convinced that person didn't do it, right? Like, because it kind of looks bad for whoever that person was. Katya did not do what he wanted, and he hit her. Then Rolf heard and came and threw him out, and he swore he would come back. He tried to beat Rolf, but Rolf has 2 friends. We kicked him out. He said he would be back and that we would pay.
Well, he has most of the bones broken in his body, so he will not be going anywhere anytime soon.
Are you sure?
That is the only reason I know that it was not him, is because he is unable to leave a hospital bed at this moment.
If it were him... And that's all she says, right? That's all she says.
She goes, oh, don't worry. The person who broke in last night left a message, and I am formulating my reply, so...
Is it safe? I don't know how they came in. We were all shut.
I will have my associate who came in with me check on a few things before we leave. And well, after what they did last night, I doubt they will be returning, at least anytime soon, if I can help it at all. Ever.
Oui. Madame, we are down 4 girls.
I thought this made only 3.
But for the past few months, this is 2. These 2 make the 3rd and 4th. There was one very early on that I thought just left. But considering, I don't know now.
Well, there are rumors of a serial killer in town. I would recommend the girls only leave if absolutely necessary, for their own safety for the time being.
The old boss, Ziggy, would not let them leave at all. They were not allowed outside for their safety.
Well, I shouldn't leave today because I'm taking the paperwork to get it updated, but not right to hoop someone up and not be able to leave.
Will you go and make new photographs or use the ones on that one? The last time...
I think we'll use the same photographs.
Will we keep the brothel closed tonight?
How many people know what happened?
2.
Who? How is it doing?
They are not well. One of them is weeping uncontrollably. The other one vomited many times. But I gave them some alcohol. And
Tell them so that they have the night off, but to not say anything of what they saw. The other girls, they do not need to know. It would traumatize them. Perhaps you can say, that something happened. I'll try to be back tomorrow with the paperwork.
so are we opening tonight?
Well, we should. I hate to say it, but the numbers are a bit close. And tonight should be good for business, but do let those 2 who are not well take the evening off, and then perhaps say that the Greco-Roman room is under renovation.
Yes, I can move them to the American log cabin room, or the train room. There's a pirate room that is still working. I know that so many officers will be here tonight, for it is Christmas, and they will want to have some sort of...
Exactly.
We have a lot of German food coming in for the taste of home, and I believe we should have... we wanted to get a lot of traditional German dirndls, and we have some young men in lederhosen for those who are interested in that sort of a thing to seem like home. We spent quite a bit of money to get those costumes.
Then we should definitely be open for tonight. Thank you for all of your hard work.
I will go speak with the women and...
Most efficient. And take a few moments for yourself to process this as well. I would see what I can do with the room and take the paperwork and leave any further instructions on my way out.
Yes. Did you want anything besides for tonight? Are there any other instructions you want us to be paying attention to for the next few days, weeks?
I don't think those bloodstains are going to come out of those pillars upstairs. Do you know how to make a fake blood, theatrical blood?
No.
All right, I will please leave a recipe or get some. Perhaps say that the Greco-Roman room is under renovation. It will be the gladiatorial room for the new year, and we can just cover up the stains with intentional fakeness. That way it will not cost so much to replace or repair or clean, and it will still be functional.
We could have Mistress Felicity move herself from, her normal dungeon room to this gladiator room. We could have her there. Okay.
New Year's special. There'll be a lot of lonely men on New Year's as well.
Right. And she sort of nods, and she's got this like sort of bar rag, and she goes back behind the bar and gets like another bottle, and she sort of heads up when she sort of stops going up the stairs to the second floor to meet the woman. And the second floor is also where that little doctor's office was that the prince did his work on.
Yeah, Freda will have gathered up the paperwork that she needs. I imagine that the guys are going to be bringing up those crates. And she will go back up and meet Oscar in that room. Set the little satchel of paper, her purse with all paperwork on a clean corner.
And what does she see when she comes into the room?
I would suspect that he is probably the bulk of everything, having to work quickly to, doctor or clear a scene in the past. He's made quick work of Elias's art. And it would be all but the blood would be left, and that's the tough part.
And can I get if you would,
out of that white plaster marbles, that the bloodstains are not coming out, hence why it's getting a makeover instead.
Plus it's fake too, so it's so super porous. I'm sure it's like
it's just
it's
which is why when we throw some fake blood around, like, oh, it's just fake blood, no one will question it. Oh, I'm going to be fine.
Could I get from you maybe artisan or fight?
I'll definitely fight if you're asking me.
Yeah. This is a discover action, if you would.
Sure. How's the fantastic?
Fantastic.
Oh, fantastique. Would you get 2 questions or 1 question and a boost that you can use
Sure.
related to this? You can ask a question, but I will tell you that as you're cleaning, it is, of course, a mess. But there is a deception here. It isn't what it looks like in a way. It looks as if someone were a madman who just reveled in carnage every which where. Like it really sort of has that sort of look of chaos to it. But on second glance, that is not necessarily so. And you notice this as you're cleaning, right? As you're cleaning, when you're that close to everything, you notice that it's not as chaotic as it seems. It is perhaps staged to look chaotic.
This wouldn't be a shock to Oscar because to use a current metaphor, a Greg metaphor, this looks like someone that bought their jeans with the holes in the knees.
Yes, it does.
Didn't put them there themselves.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. But also that whoever did this, Elias, clearly placed the holes in their jeans very, very specifically and with care. And you notice like little, how do I put this? When you're looking at a really good impressionistic painter and who's maybe working in oil, and you can see little patterns in their brushstrokes, sort of deliberate patterns if you look very closely at the canvas. There are little patterns that you wouldn't notice. They look like blood spatter, but actually they were clearly not just a splatter. They were sort of deliberately placed artistically, not just to deceive, to make it look like, oh, it's chaotic, but also there's some sort of pattern to the gore. And especially not in the center, but as you sort of move outwards, because you're trying to clean outwards, right? The further out you get, the more you see that whoever did this deliberately placed drops of blood in a way to sort of make a kind of work of art, but also there are no footprints.
Hey, thanks, Elias, for doing half the redecorating in the new gladiator room.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, that this person covered their tracks through deliberate use of blood, if that makes any sense.
But there's no like message hidden among the madness or the feigned madness, is there? There's no like dots that would equal out to be some type of like telegraph code or anything like that.
No. It does not seem to you as if those patterns were meant for anyone else other than the person making it. At least not in that kind of a if somebody else would see it, somebody who has a very oh good, Dot's not here, and probably cannot hear what we're saying. If somebody had a very analytical mind and were very sort of detail oriented, they might see beauty in patterns, but it does not look to you as if this is a message for someone. The body's on hanging, that was a message for people. Like that was like, here's a message. But this is a bit private, right? This is sort of like a private bit of mathematical meditation that clearly took a little bit of extra time and was done for themselves, but maybe for anyone else who might appreciate complex mathematical patterns.
Okay, I have a question. I don't know. Again, this is Greg making up rules. He's not sure.
You made a discover action, so you're good.
Okay. So with the discover action, then can I use the 2 successes that I have to create like an advantage or an aspect? Or
well, it's a question, and the second question can actually be a boost instead.
So what ultimately, here's what Greg would like to do. Greg would like to create, and I can spend a fate point to try to like add this as a story element or something. I want to create that this brothel, as far as a medium or a work of art, is, I want to protect it from Elias by making it an improper canvas. And by that, I want the stories that come out of there, if there is any stories, to speak only of a butcher's hand, of an unartistic slob. Some madman wandered in. It was ugly and grotesque. It had no, anything that he would think that Elias would feel. A
simple butcher scene.
A madman or a lunatic or somebody came in.
Any simple person off the street could have done this.
Right. They suspect that it could be somebody of low caliber, or whatever.
Throw an impotent in there somewhere. I'm sure that.
Well, that's what he's going to tell the girls. So don't worry about that. That's Oscar wants to provide them with a little psychic warfare.
So there are a couple things you can do here. Depending on how you'd like to approach this and what kind of resources you'd like to use. And you might need to ask Frida for some of them. And what I'm going to say is not particularly fair to Elias, perhaps, but who cares?
Don't defend him.
I'm not defending him. I'm just going to tell you your options. I'm just telling you your options. What this sounds to me like an attack. Is what this sounds like. It sounds to me like you are attacking Elias psychologically. And you could do that. Or it does not sound to me as if you are doing this particularly. It sounds to me like what you're doing is a faction action. And that faction action is propaganda meant to attack him. And the question is that I would ask, is this to attack him or the SS?
Straight up Elias right now.
Okay. In that case, what I would recommend...
Because it's our faction versus a man, right?
Yes, which is a +4.
Right. That's what we're doing. Look at me knowing the rules.
Oh, yes, indeed. Because factions, right, are one level above individuals, so they get like if you as an individual go up against a faction, they're 4 more difficult. But if a faction goes up against an individual,
unless you super convoluted to put together a kidnapping rescue and you incorporate everyone, then it can be a little bit easier.
Yes,
but
right. That was burned into my mind.
Yes,
whenever
indeed.
We went into 84 Avenue Falk, and he's like, "You're going up against the faction, Greg. That's +4 to them." I was like, let's do it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the question is, who would you like to propagate this propaganda? There are 3 factions that you have access to. The Roses, which is your faction, the Working Women, and Frida has access to a faction which is this brothel. So I'm curious.
I was going to use the radio.
So your faction.
Am I allowed to do that?
So your faction, right?
Well, I'm saying that to delineate the information, I want to put out over the radio to be on the lookout for like a wandering simpleton or something that may or may not be.
I see what you're saying. You're going to have to spend a fate point because you're actually going to be using the propaganda department, right? Which is not your faction exactly. But yeah, spend a fate point and you can get them to do that for you.
Yep.
Okay, I do have one of the brothel's aspects is circle of informants. So if we did want to delineate the information that way, we could do that as well.
I open it up to everybody because I'm not sold on doing it through the radio, but I know you'd hear it if it went through the radio. That's just me being petty.
I like to think that he's really self-absorbed in his work, and that he's going to be listening out for rumors either way regarding this scene. Specifically, since it was left to leave a message, he'd want to know what the response was.
Well, then let's use the either the Roses or the brothel to delineate the information.
We can use the brothel because then we can also spread that it's under new management.
I was about to say if it's tied to the brothel, if you spread it there and he comes back and hears it, you know where he got his source. You know what I mean? Like we know he's like revisited, who he revisited.
And
Authority is one of the girls who was missing from the brothel, and I suspect he's the one who murdered her.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Just
he's hunting
because-
them with the 4
Mhm.
now. That sounds about right, because whenever the first
Yes.
one appeared was a couple months ago when he
Yeah.
got there.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
And if
as
this
it
was a
turns out.
message for Tango, he'd find it really
Yes.
interesting that
Yeah.
Tango, therefore by proxy, Oscar's no longer here, and that it's under new management as well. We could put out the new management with some simpleton, simple-minded, blah 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 came in and did this, that, and the other thing.
In which case, I think you need to have that conversation as you walk in. And
Okay.
there's a lot
Freda will
of
come in, set her things down. How is it going? There'll be some crates brought up in a moment. I asked them to just leave it by the door so they did not have to.
I believe he is hunting these girls. I'm sure.
Oh yes, these would be the third and fourth.
Hmm.
Who, by the way, do you have any idea of who did this? Someone is murdering my
It's,
girls. and I
it's
am not-
Elias Yeager.
All right. You just see like that it just burning into her memory. She just narrows her eyes for a second. Noted.
Yes, his story is coming to a dramatic finish, but I don't believe it's today.
Most likely not today. I mean, that would be too quick. That would not be painful enough.
But it should be known this is a reflection of his handiwork to not necessarily showcase his talents. He is exceptional at the craft of murder. This is his erotic substitutions.
Sick. Do you have any idea how he came in? How he entered the building? It apparently happened after everyone was asleep last night.
He did not come in through the ground floor. I'm sure he came in through. We were taught to always enter through the windows at least 2-3 stories up.
Could you perhaps check the windows before we leave to make sure they are secure?
Good, but he would get in. There's nothing
Would
I
help.
can do that would keep him from.
If you check just to possibly see which one he broke into as well, it will help everyone feel a bit more secure if they saw someone checking the windows and for safety.
If he comes back and he corners any of these girls again, he will kill them, but there's a way to stop him from coming back after that. And this speaks of a strength that these girls would have to exhibit in the face of their end. These women, they would have to mock him. Even with him holding the blades that would kill them if he heard from their mouth, even if it was dripping with fear, if they mocked him for the little impotent man that he is, he would never return.
Well, these girls are fairly decent at spreading information. Perhaps we could delineate rumor. I mean, this is news. It can't go completely, perhaps, unreported.
You need to tell all of these women that is something that may be asked of them to save the sisters, to save the friends.
They would do it. They, most of them are not French.
It is.
Their paperwork says so. They would be very willing to spread rumors to keep themselves safe. And also, the brothel is under new ownership, and that needs to be circulated as well. So perhaps we could say that the new owners said that it was a petty act, violence, simple, any punk off the street could have done it. That would be insulting to his artwork, no? And that's why it is so difficult to find out who this could be, is because it's just such generic work.
He is not just an
Basic.
artist, he is an addict. He cannot, he is compelled to do this, and he believes that it is for some grand design, some scheme that he is performing for gods, for the world, for nature. He is driven, is perhaps a too less a word.
Mock him. Mock his work.
He has suffered many setbacks recently that will compound
Perhaps that is
this
the
mockery.
reason for this. It seemed as if he was sending a message. Pango or Sigmund? Is it Prionis?
No, this message was for... initially, this could have been for me, for retaliation for what he has done, but this was deeper. He is trying to speak to Regina. He's trying to show her his master stroke.
Well, I would say his strokes aren't terribly impressive. Not that I would know.
Frida, if you ever find yourself alone with this man...
Don't be. Yes, that is the moral of the story, I figure.
No. The defense goes for you too.
Oh, mock him. That is something I could easily do.
He will... in all likelihood, he could tear through any of us. Myself included. He was called the Blade. For a good reason. He has very few talents, and unfortunately, this is one of them.
Well, I am not talented in fighting, but I am somewhat talented in using my words. So
Then let him hear them. Sing them to him, if he means to end you. For they are the only thing that could keep him or stay his hand.
thankfully, he does not know that I am the proprietor of this establishment at this moment in time. So that will not bode well for him. He definitely decided to murder at the wrong brothel.
And he will return, and if he does, these women, these girls must know that one final sacrifice, but at great cost to Elias Jäger.
Should I give the name?
No,
I did not think so.
just call him the Doll Blade.
The dull blade. And do. I will circulate rumor. I'll write it down.
I'm going to have to get Jeanette out of here. She is
Where is she?
she's in the log cabin room.
Yeah, that room is going to be used later today. If she needs to be in a different room for the time being.
She needs to be in a different country.
She needs somewhere to keep for the time being. That isn't the safe house. This room would be the safest place. The blood, get the bodies out. The room will not carry an odor past this. And I'm repurposing it. This is going to be the new gladiator room. So the stains will be fine. I'm not terribly worried about it. Little stage blood.
You probably have like quarters that she could stay in, right? Because this place is, I mean, you do have some
probably
missing women.
two. We're several down, several girls too.
Yeah. Now they don't get their own rooms. Usually are 2 to a room.
Which is exactly why she's like, we can just say this room's under construction and no one goes in. No one goes in.
Yeah. Like there's a little dorm room that she could stay in. Yeah. Because yeah.
Right.
I would like to
get a
ask.
melon.
Yes, I would like to ask Greg if you would like to take a discover action to figure out, where that entrance happened. That would be either like a stealth or a tradecraft.
Frida would appreciate it if you at least looked to see where the entry point was, so she can pinpoint possibly, especially if in correlation to where the girls were staying, because he obviously brought them into that room to see if he went for down the hall, right at the front as soon as he came in, that kind of thing.
Sure. I'll ask this. I do have a stunt that applies here. I think since he's naked, he's not dressed as Holgar.
That is true.
And I can use an Oscar by any other name, which is +2 to stealth whenever I'm not
yes.
acting or dressed as Holgar. Okay.
You are currently not dressed at all, so yes.
Yes.
I would say yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And she hasn't called you by your name here as well. She just said my associate.
That would be 4.
4. That is enough for one question. Would you like to know where?
Yeah.
Hey, do you remember, when was it? Was it last night? When you broke into Avenue Foch, which is another one of these Haussmann buildings, 6 stories, and I believe there was a window to a room that was an office, and you left the window open on that balcony. It is if this building were that building, is the exact same place that you went in on Avenue Foch is exactly where he went in this building. And he left that window cracked. He didn't have to. He could have shut it when he left, but he left it cracked.
Just for you.
Just for you.
I want to do something so bad. I'm not ready to pull this trigger.
I'm just letting you
We're
know.
not ready to quite murder him, but we will propaganda him. Hopefully give him some stress, maybe a consequence,
I would like you, Greg, to defend yourself, if you don't mind. If you do not mind, I'm going to...
You're going to attack me?
I am. I'm attacking you. It's a 3. It's a provoke of a 3. That's a terrible roll for him, actually, but that's fine. He's messing with you a little bit. Could you roll your will?
Will?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's a very bad roll for him.
It's a worse roll for me.
Oh.
Yeah, that's 3 shifts, unless you want to do something about it.
Yeah, I'm going to re-roll my will, because that's as bad as it gets.
Spend that fate point.
There we go.
Hey.
What is the aspect that you're invoking? Allows you to keep your cool when he's
won't
deliberately...
burn the bard, because
Yep.
I'm looking at the proverbial face of evil and Nazi regime, basically. So
covered, yeah. So this was clearly deliberately meant to provoke you, and you keep your cool. On the other hand, women are given some instructions, and if we might, I imagine you've got to get back to the church so that you can leave.
Yeah. We do not. That room does not get fully cleaned up. But we can start. If we can't move Jeanette out now, she can get into that room or one of the empty quarters.
You're going to need to find some kind of person to take her out, and each one of you, in your own way, except for the prince, who's actually, well, no, you're in your clinic at this point in time. You probably would have heard. As you are going about your evening, a bit of a montage here, if you do not mind. I'm going to have you roll because we've got to get into our montage. The news, of course, is about Hong Kong surrenders to Japan as Imperial Japan expands its reach. Everything's great on the Eastern Front, says the official news, approved of by the Nazis. Everything is great on the Eastern Front. Everything is fine. There are no losses. It's great. And Japan is doing quite well.
Great.
It's all great. Everything is all's good. Colonel Knochen has left Paris to go to Berlin briefly to be given some sort of award or to confer with his superiors back in Berlin about strategy and how to sort of take care of those Judeo-Bolsheviks. It's sort of framed within the news as some sort of positive thing that he's going back to Berlin briefly to have some discussions about policy in a very not bad way. But he left. He has left very quickly. He's been called back to Berlin to have some discussions right away. Also, the there's just quite a bit of news about the SS in general, more news than normal. Normally, the SS tries to keep itself a little bit low profile. They try to keep themselves a low profile so that they're kind of off the radar a little bit. They are the secret police after all. Well, the Gestapo is, but like, you know, but there's just like a couple of stories about them, little things like there's some news about quite a bit of you know, SS soldiers, a little story about the SS soldiers at this bar or that bar, or a picture of Holgar and his wife. I'm sorry, Elias and his wife at, you know, at a function. Like, it's just a and these are the kinds of things that the SS generally keeps out of the paper. You do not believe, if you were going to look into it, that they are planting these stories, but more like they are not as effective of keeping their profiles low as they normally do, is what I would say. So that all is there in that moment. And I would like, Frida, could you roll a propaganda +4?
I would love to do so. I actually just upped their propaganda, I think, from a mediocre to average.
Oh,
So
+4.
yeah, +4. Great.
Mhm. And I will just note that while all these things do take resources to do these actions, we're going to skip to the next day and you're going to get it back anyway.
I was gonna say, could we spend a fate point to make that a 6?
Do you
'Cause
have
the
a
snakes have a fate point.
do you have a what's the word, an aspect that you would like to?
Oh, circle of informants.
Well then, yes, that will be 6. I'm gonna roll Elias's will because you were attacking him.
Yes.
That's a
Aw.
3. It's a 3.
Yeah.
It's a 3.
Mm-hmm. So beating him by 3.
I'm going to say this because it's important. Would you like to spend a fate point? Because if I remember correctly, you are aware of his trouble aspect, which is that he is a Lustmörder.
Mm-hmm.
And you could make a hostile invoke upon him if you wanted to give yourself another +2.
Well, the snakes don't have any more fate points,
But
so
y'all
it'd have to
do.
be a group fate point. Does the group want to give a fate point to increase that attack against Elias Yeager?
I'm absolutely down.
Okay.
Bring
Yeah,
him
right.
down.
Let's make it an 8.
Okay then. That's 5. That's 5. He will soak with his highest stress box.
You know,
Yes,
we could spend another fate point to make it 7,
you could.
which might put a little bit of more long-term hurt on him until we're ready to pull that trigger, because it sounds like he can soak some things. Because we have, I don't know if you know, but season 4's aspect is exposed.
This is also true. All these things are true.
I
And,
say
you know-
do what you need to do to bring this asshole down.
Swing away.
Okay.
Uh,
So we'll spend,
Make
we'll
'em
spend
hurt.
2 group fate points then to
Okay.
bump it up to a 7 versus, because that's total of like
I'm
a lot.
going to bring up one more thing because as a GM, this is my job. He does have a consequence on him that he got from
Oh.
Oscar, which has 1 free invoke, and that is he's
We
concussed.
want to invoke that?
And that, like, if you can tell me how him being concussed would help this be distressing for him.
Oh, well, if he's concussed, he's having a hard time concentrating. And
He
so
ha-
he doesn't hear these
Yeah, he
rumors
had-
until after everyone else hears them.
He has a public outburst about it.
Ooh,
He
'cause
can't keep
he's-
himself level, and so because he's got his bell rung by me,
Yeah.
and
Uh-huh.
so let's like he
Public
can't
outburst about
yeah
it.
he just he loses his
That
cool.
also plays into the exposed. I like it. Yeah.
All right then.
That's 9.
He soaks 4 of that with with a stress box. The rest are going to go to a severe consequence. What severe
Yay!
consequence would you like to give him? As he hears, because he has ears on the streets, as he hears about.
Oh, and you know he was waiting to hear about this.
Oh, of course he was.
I would like to put
Christmas
this forward.
dinner, right?
Mm-hmm.
Crippling
Merry
self-doubt.
Christmas. Ooh.
Would you prefer self-doubt or would you prefer something else? Like, because you can go self-doubt, but with the Freedom Book, of course, self-doubt, rage. What would you like? What would you like? Because, you know, what would you like? Self-doubt?
Be really embarrassed as well. Like, maybe that wasn't a good piece of work. Self-doubt, embarrassment.
Other thoughts for a psychological aspect to put on him?
What if it's like performance issues?
Performance anxiety.
I think that box is already checked for Elias.
But that's a bigger.
Psychologically speaking, that covers the gamut of everything he's doing. Performance issues, his job, his murdering spree, his bad sex life and lack of being a father, like all.
And it's also really fitting that he acquired this through brothel consequences.
He failed his quarterly performance report.
Performance anxiety.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yeager, but this is not going to work.
Then I feel like also like the letter from Preetham to his wife, the fact that his wife is out there seeing this doctor.
His work's not going well. His love life's not going well. His murders aren't even going well, it seems. It's just, wow.
Poor guy. It's just nothing's going right.
Performance anxiety.
Performance anxiety is such a great aspect because you can use it. Because you can use it in so many ways. Yes.
Yeah.
He now has that aspect.
As a
it happens to all serial
said?
killers.
Yeah, it happens to all.
Oh.
Poor guy.
Look, performance anxiety is the best aspect. I love it so much. I love it so much.
That's great.
So let me ask.
And he has that for like what, a month at least?
Yeah. It's
nice.
It's 2 months.
That's wonderful.
It's 2 months.
2 months.
Yeah.
Great.
That's 2 months worth of performance anxiety right now.
Once he clears.
Once he goes into recovery.
Puts in recovery.
Yep.
So it's indefinitely and then 2 months. Cool. Love it. So excited. Here for it. I think that was a good use of fate points was to fill that slot.
Good. And as we sort of think about this moment, what I will say is we have the evening, right? At this moment, the prince is doing a lot of, he's actually just doing a lot of medical checkups at the moment. And I imagine you have to get back from the church. And Oscar is going to spend some time.
Get back from the church, go get some flowers and take them to my husband because it's Christmas. Drop off some paperwork for Luke. I'm like, Luke, I need this done.
And
thanks, buddy.
And Oscar, where do you go?
If you'll let me north.
Yes, I will. North. And a fate point was spent. And Oscar makes his way out of the city to head north to get someone. Now, of course, you're going to need a radio broadcast to send out to get a plane to come to pick it up. That's going to be a thing. Because you have to sort of arrange, and there'll have to be some kind of discussion about that. But let us move ourselves to the 27th. Because the next day is a bunch of work for Preetham. There's going to be, now it's like work, people want things, and I know that Regina is still sad. So let us return to the 27th of December, when it is a new day. It's the day after. And everything is great. And I would like to know what all you do, because there is a lot of information that you all need to share with each other. And with Jeanette at a barn up north, waiting, I will tell you, Greg, when you're there, you see people who are going to shoot you.
Sure.
Because they don't know who you are, until you see the three brothers. One of whom is bandaged, little bit bandaged. It's clearly got shot a little bit,
Comrades.
right? And they, because you spent a fate point, they vouch for you. And you are, of course, welcome to use that space, right, to get this person out. They're kind of in... they don't have a lot of time because they're very busy. You can see them... they have a lot of guns, is what they have. And they've got sort of people moving in and out. There's like clearly a lot of activity going on at this moment. And you hear briefly some Morse code coming from a radio. They're clearly in contact with someone, sort of sending off some radio signals. And so there's a lot of activity, but they will hold Jeanette until a plane comes.
Can I ask them at that time then? Because I mean, Madame Devarge said that she was aware of this. I mean, that's her group, correct? I mean, well,
Elodie's group, right? But Madame Defarge...
Right. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
but she's still okay. I mean, like she's accepted by, not her. She's not the boss or anything, right?
They know each other. Let's say they are friends. They're allied. They know her. They respect her. You don't get the sense that she's a part of their group, but perhaps a different cell, right? A different communist cell. So therefore, like, an allied communist cell, which gives you the intel that group is expanding, right? That the communists are expanding.
Could I see if what Oscar would like to do is 84 Avenue Falk, everybody got out.
Not everybody.
You're getting
some people did not. Yeah.
Puncher's chance.
Yeah.
Some people got out.
Yeah.
Jeanette is using their facilities to get out. Yep. We are even Steven.
Yes.
However, what Oscar would like to propose to them is if you ever think that we could cook together again, just let me know through Madame Devarge where the kitchen is.
One of the brothers says, well, we have to speak with our sister first.
Of course.
And there's like just kind of a slightly weird vibe. She is not currently here, clearly. So we have to speak with her first and let her know. But
would it be better if I spoke with her?
Oh. Awkward silence for a bit as the brothers are exchanging looks.
He literally, he's been on stage where someone's forgotten his lines before, so he just keeps super calm and just stares at him until
would you and there's like a thinner brother. You've never really been to this shop, but for those who have, the thinner brother, the one who was working below on the printing press, sort of pipes up and goes, it is difficult. She is, there are discussions to be had, but she does not know we're back. When she comes back to the barn, I'm sure we could convince her. A meeting could be good. I would recommend perhaps not bringing or
this is
there are two of you that she would not like to see, maybe three.
It would just be me.
Yes, but do not bring the boy or
so I would be alone without anyone else.
That would be good. You will have to let us speak with her when she comes back. And like it is like there was like a lot of sort of like people were chatting and talking and people are still chatting and talking, but the brothers clearly are
he would clap the thinner brother on the shoulder and he would say, this is only if this is something that you desire. This is not a command performance.
No, but And he looks, and what you see is a lot of guns, but they're not necessarily they're not Sten guns. They are a mix of hunting rifles and World War One rifles, and like they've clearly gathered a lot of arms, but a number of rifles taken off of German soldiers, clearly. But like it's a big mishmash of arms. But you don't see, for example, lots of food, or like they clearly have some things but not other things, and so there's this kind of awkwardness. And the thinner brother says, we will speak with our sister. There's our mother had dreams, and perhaps we could speak with Elodie, but only if she meets with you, and not. I will say, you should be prepared to answer some questions.
I have no problem answering questions, but and he would indicate Jeanette. If she is transported here safely from your care, then we are friends here.
And there's this glance between the brothers, and they're like, we will have to speak with our sister about this, but
No, I'm not speaking to your sister about her. This is between us. Even if she is not able to leave from this place, your sister deems it's not safe, her care, and he points to each of the brothers, is entrusted to you three.
we will keep
all
her safe.
together.
We will keep her safe. So, we will talk to our sister when she gets back from her trip. Your friend, the singer, is not going to be singing tomorrow night, will she?
Where should she not be singing?
Anywhere?
Anywhere. So we shouldn't go out for drinks tomorrow night, or
No.
is there a place that you would recommend that we go? Someplace that might be quiet.
I would just not be any open crowds. I think there will be an invitation, and you should not go. The singer should not go. The perfect German woman singer should not go. The morale of Berlin should not go to the invitation to sing. It's coming from and it's like it's very awkward. There's an invitation coming in the mail. We got it, read it, and passed it along. It should be arriving, but you should not say yes to it.
We all feel very ill.
It's not personal. It's just well, you all have been saying many things about us, and many of us have been killed, so.
This is in war. Sides are meant to think one thing. We have lost many as well.
I need a report from you.
Sure. This will go over swimmingly. It's mediocre.
Mediocre.
Yeah,
It's a tie.
there we
What would you
go.
like to do about that? You could succeed at a minor cost.
Sure. Why not?
Or you could
What's
spend
my
a fate point.
No. What's the minor cost?
The minor cost will be, let's see, let's have something nice. the minor cost.
I do get called on by the guy.
No. The minor cost is going to be that they're not going to be able to get word to Elodie quickly enough. And there will be injuries. Nobody that you know, as that little short story goes. Like, it won't be y'all, because you won't be there. But it won't be any of your group, because I'm sure you're going to keep them away from those dangerous spaces. But there will be some loss of life in a public space.
Well, that certainly can't be helped.
All right. Don't worry, it won't be y'all, but there will be some loss of life. And that will just make people a little bit less excited about the Germans in certain ways, a little bit of that. So it'll just be a bit of a down space, as it were, and your violence clock will go up by 1 tick.
It's like Watchmen.
All right, then. Good.
Not to take up any more time, though, he would take this opportunity to say goodbye to Jeanette.
Oh, and Jeanette is... There was a Jeanette who probably would not be super happy about being in a barn, but that was a Jeanette from many years ago, and by that I just actually mean earlier this year, late last year. But this is a Jeanette who's actually spent her time convalescing in a farm, and being out of the city and smelling the earth comforts her. And she grabs, like, your jacket, and she says, can't you come with on the plane? I don't speak English, and I've never been outside of France. I'd never been outside of Paris until you took me outside of Paris.
Well, it's good news. There are many Parisians, there are many French across the channel in London. You'll be able to speak with them. You'll be able to help.
Maybe I can become a jazz singer there in London.
And he would lean in and kind of touch his forehead to hers. And that is why you are going. Gives them hope. Reminds them of home.
Well, you're leaving, oui?
Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't go without giving me one last dance.
Is there anybody here that plays music in the camp?
Oh, yeah, because you've got a bunch of farmers, right? Which means you've got people who play
fiddle stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Usually like a little folk interest. There's probably somebody who has got like a concertina, and right, like somebody who's got like basically sort of like a mandolin, but not like a small small little miniature guitar. And certainly this group of people, they do like to. They're a bit more jovial. They like to have, and they would actually invite you to dinner before you left, right? Because they would sort of have a communal, because they're communists, like a good communal dinner.
And knowing this, could part of my fate point that I spent to bring a couple bottles of something good that
absolutely
he snuck out of the hotel?
Absolutely
he did that.
Absolutely. And it would be. Most of the food that the people here grow is just stolen by the Germans. It's commandeered, taken, but they are able to sneak away some stuff. So you've got some, not much because it's winter, but you've got some things that have been pickled and held, some meat, and which is pretty rare unless you stay at a very expensive hotel, and these bottles of wine. And there'd be there was a super old guy that Regina and Sylvie had met, this old grandfather, and he is there, and he's on the concertina, and he's singing they're singing these sort of very sad songs, these sad French songs of home and farewell, the songs you sing when you're about ready to leave to go to war, those sorts of songs, the songs of saying goodbye to the one you love.
if that's the case, then he would, hearing this melody, he would turn and ask the players politely. You never tell players what to play. And he would ask the players, is there songs that you're waiting, you're saving for the day when this is over? This is not the songs that you will be playing with your full heart on that day, but think of it as a practice for that day. Happiness, the return home, the road that leads not away, but back to where you're from. You can see it across the hill. It's a patch of grass, it's a tree.
The young men seem not at all convinced because they are young and they don't have a sense of the length of time. You know, everything just seems very, very heavy. And they're angry, and some of them are actually not actually even farmers, but they're here because they had to leave Paris and they're hiding. But the old grandfather, who has lived through multiple wars, who has seen people live and die, has outlived his wife, some of his children. Clearly, he must be in his late 70s, maybe. The one on the concertina, he goes, I know such a song, but I don't know if you can handle it.
Try me.
We shall see. And he starts pressing the buttons on this button concertina, and it's like a jig. It's a sort of like a fairly fast dance tune, and he sort of lets out a cry, and whoop, and he starts singing, and he has old person's vocal cords, where his tone is warbly, but you can tell that this is something that and this is an old song. This song is probably, you would think of this as being like a best, if you had academics history, you could place this much better. But this is probably like an 1850s, 1860s, sort of like a hunter's sort of dance song that you would sing at a barn dance sort of a thing, or after a hunt, like on like May Day, right? Like in a maypole, like one of those kind of village festival sorts of songs. And the young people don't necessarily know it. Like they're like, what is this? But they're pretty decent, so they pick up. And the people who
do they know a dance though? I don't mean to interrupt, but because that's what Oscar would know. He would know like the cultural equivalent of a line dance.
Yes.
That they are getting into.
Yeah, it is basically like a line dance or a contra dance is what it is. And the younger folks are like, but the old guy, the grandfather, sort of steps up, right? And he starts doing he starts making these little sort of movements in a line. And there are like one or two or three people who are probably in their 50s, and they know the song. They learned it. They know the dance. They learned it from when they were very small. And these like four of them, these are like this older generation who don't know if they'll see the end of the war necessarily. And they start this dance, and the old grandfather sort of puts the concertina down, and he grabs Jeanette's hand and he spins her around and tosses her back out, and then this middle-aged woman grabs your hand and spins you around in kind of like an X shape. And so you all start sort of coming through in these like slightly, it's like a square dance is what happens, right? And you're sort of like brought into these sort of lines as they're sort of guiding you through and trying to get the young people to come through this sort of line dance where you all sort of take hands and like bow to each other, step back out, do a bit of a jig and turn around each other and then go down a line. And there's a lot of hopping, and it becomes quite joyous in the end because there's a lot of spinning around each other, and you get a little heady, a little bit dizzy with the wine, and the old folks laugh in this moment in this barn with this very rousing tune that sounds like something that was when they were kids. And the old grandfather approaches you, dear Oscar, and I'm going to need you to make a performance roll, if you don't mind.
Sure thing. And this is dance.
It is indeed dance.
So I get +1, right?
Mm-hmm.
That'll be a 6.
You two together. Although you specialize in acting, my friend.
Oh, crap. Never mind.
Yes.
Then 5.
You are very good. He tries to outdance you a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Like, he tries to spur you on into slightly more complicated patterns to see how you can catch up. And it's a bit of a thing. Oh, I'm gonna need to roll for Jeanette, because this is a slightly crossed couples dance, and him and his could be like a niece, perhaps, somebody who's like, in her 50s maybe. They're trying to dance you under the table, but in a good nature where they're also showing you the dance. And there's a lot of sort of like spinning about in the end. And they will try to keep you there as late as possible because they would like the evening to stay.
Right. And just to fade out on this,
Yeah.
Oscar would turn directly into this dance off, allow them to win. Even if it's a tie, he's going to allow them to win. But throughout, he would switch off and dance with the niece, and he would also dance with the gentleman.
Yes.
So he would spin, and he would take and spin, the partner's role.
Yep.
And a good time was had by all.
And someone watches you. The thin brother watches your interaction with the grandfather and with everyone, and makes note of your skill in this country dance because he has to talk to his sister. And with that, I will give us a tableau, and I'm going to ask you a question. On the 27th, after recovery, having to get back into the city, right? Moving your way for the bunker, avoiding that invitation that comes in. There's an invitation for you to dance at the on the Champs-Élysées, like a sort of public gathering, sort of like a nice sort of like it's sort of like a German-French friendship sort of a situation where
that would normally be super sweet, but
and so you are not out that day. You're not out that day, no. And the prince that day, of course, is seeing a musical, actually, in the evening. But the next day, I would like to know, before we go to break, where do you all meet up to confer? As rumors are abound of a murder at a brothel. Some sort of drunkard, perhaps? Some sort of drunkard, some kind of brute?
Simple drunk guy, brute off the
perhaps
street.
Perhaps a dock worker who was just...
Regina hears these rumors as well.
Yes. Because it's when you're walking down the street, like it's not the kind of thing in the papers exactly, but it's the kind of things that you would get. People are talking about it on the street. Do you know what I mean? Like you can, as you're walking back across town, you'll hear like a newspaper seller or a person who's cleaning off the drive. Talk
and
about
the guy must have been impotent because he had 2 women. What did he do with them? Murder them? Wow.
Question. Is there do we have a mortician in this city, or would this be? Am I the only medical professional here
in your group?
In the group, okay, to the group.
These
but there
girls
are other.
Would not have gone to a mortician, probably.
No, it's not. So the bodies,
The question is, what did they do with the bodies? Did they?
So would Pritam ever have a chance to see them? And
if Pritam said to Freda, "I want to see the bodies," she would have. You can travel a lot easier than she can.
Yeah.
You know what? If you said, "I want to go look at these bodies," she'd say, "Great. Can you look at this safe behind the painting in my office?"
But that's gonna be a conversation you'll have to have when you get together. But I want to know where you meet before we go to break.
I think at this point it's easiest for us to meet at the hotel always.
Yeah.
Than it is the flower shop, because that's our safe place right now.
That's right.
Everybody knows, it's actually an untouched place by us.
It is.
And I usually have company with me.
Yes.
Except for at the hotel.
That is true, because you've been a bit of a minder. So we will go to break.
Poor Martin.
But I want, before we do, to ask the question: when I believe at this point in time, the person who's actually at the hotel first is probably Frida. She's probably by
Probably.
herself at the hotel in the suite by herself.
Mhm.
And
I don't like you saying that twice.
it's fine.
Oh.
And I would like each one of you all to arrive before we go to break. Who arrives at the suite first? Besides, because Frida's probably slept there.
Yeah. And she didn't leave that day because she
Yeah.
wasn't feeling well on the 20th. Is it the 27th you said?
Yes, the 26th was the
Yeah, the
possibility of saying.
25th, which means she would not have gone to see her husband for the
Yeah.
first day yesterday, but she wasn't feeling well. So
Oh.
she's just been at home at not her home for the past 2 days. Yeah, she's just chilling,
Mm-hmm.
probably having a hot toddy.
Double checking, 26th night was the movie
Yes.
night?
Yep.
Okay. And then 27th would probably be just another work day at the clinic.
Mm-hmm. Although you haven't
Ah.
seen your friends, so you might want to check in with them maybe earlier or
Mhm.
whatnot.
Like before the
Yeah.
clinic opens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then that would probably be what he does then, is he'll probably arrive at the hotel early morning first and then go to the clinic after that.
That means Pritam's number 2.
Hmm.
You are escorted up into the suite, and there, in this beautiful suite, is only Frida with a hot toddy.
You see
Lord.
Pritham a lot chipper than he has been in the last few
Oh.
days. Like he's there's a pep in his step.
Good morning, Doctor. Have a
Oh,
lovely past couple of days.
I mean, just a normal day. I just the sun looks like it's out tonight. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Sun generally does come out every day. That's how it signifies a new day. Yeah.
There's the quip. But that looks lovely, by the way, man. Do you happen to have more?
Yes, tea with whiskey. Certainly.
There's why am I
I
not-
could just make you tea if you'd like.
tea would be lovely if you have some, please. Thank you.
And she'll just pour straight from the teapot because she would pour the whiskey into the. She'd hand you a cup of tea.
Regina or Oscar? Who comes next?
No, Regina would have got up and checked the flower shop just for solidarity's sake, because I'm on that end of town, and then changed back into her clothes and tried to make it look like maybe she went out for a morning stroll. So she'd come in like just past breakfast.
Can I have Oscar arrive first?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Coming from, if it helps,
Yeah.
with Dot, with your story, Oscar or Holgar is coming back from church.
Yeah.
He spends an awful lot of time there praying for the soul of his poor dead mother.
Yes, understandable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Madame Defarge always nods. She's there all the time.
Oh, yes.
Oscar would arrive next, I think.
Oscar, tea? Tea with whiskey? Whiskey?
No,
Regina,
Doctor.
I would say you arrive next, but I do want to give you this option. When you're at the flower shop is doing its business. There is Marie up there. When you walk in, she looks at you and she smiles. And she goes, bonjour.
Bonjour.
I hope that your mission has gone well, you and Luke.
Oh no, what is Luke doing? So I thought I was muted.
There is no mission, correct? That's just for Dot to make sure I haven't forgot something.
No one's told you of one, nope.
Has he not returned?
No, not yet, but I'm sure he'll be coming in with you at any moment. And she kind of looks behind you, but she doesn't see him coming in.
Only because we are on missions. A lot. Would you remind me what he told you?
And she looks at you as if she gets it, that this is a test. you're like testing her in some kind of a way.
Yes. Oh, great. Perfect.
Well, of course he could not say much, but he said that you two had a mission over the holidays. That's why he could not spend it with me, but as you have sometimes done before, so that you had to be away and out of contact for 2 days, but that you would be back soon. Something that I was not supposed to know about. I did not ask more because he did say it was.
Right. Well done. Well,
Also, we could use the cart back soon.
what happened to the cart? It should be back, right?
Unless Luke took it with him on his mission.
Oh, right. I thought I told him to use the van.
That there's gas that you need for that, and yeah.
Of course, I will assure that it gets returned. Yeah, I'm having. I asked Luke to clean it.
Wait,
It's a little dirty after our mission.
did it go well? I mean, the news is everywhere, so there's so much going on. I hope everything went well.
I imagine that it was finished up top shape by Luke.
Good. I was sad not to have him for the holidays, but
Yes, I imagine that you understand the importance of the mission.
we.
If you see Luke, will you let him know that this evening I'd like to meet him at the bunker? We should debrief.
He did come back for a brief moment with the package that you delivered, that you asked him to deliver, and I want to thank you so much for that. It was very kind of you, and Oscar and Frida. It was very kind. Oh, and the prince. Thank you so much.
Of course. Do I know what the hell package she's talking about? I not.
And Prince has no clue what she's talking about either, right?
Is there anything left from this package?
Oh, and she looks a little embarrassed, and she's not much, but and she goes into the back, and she comes back out with like a small. You can still see like a small hunk of ham. There's not much left of this ham,
But it does look to be food.
yes, it does.
Please tell me that, because I was freaking out. I was like, "We just had dead bodies. Don't pull that on me. Don't do that to me, Trooper. Don't tell me she's eating."
No, it's ham.
It's like a
As
little.
long as it genuinely looks like
Yeah.
ham,
And it
Regina's
looks
no longer
it
concerned.
looks like nice ham too. That does
Well,
not
possibly
look
from our hotel.
that does not look rotted in any sort of a way.
Yeah. Well, it looks like you still had a fulfilling Christmas.
We the business is all right. It's difficult with the supplies, but I'm starting doing, and she sort of, you can see that she sort of made sort of paper flowers and then like fabric flowers that are all very bright. He got me some fabric. He said it was from you, so thank you for that as well.
Who got her the fabric?
You did, apparently.
Who told her
According
that?
to Luke.
Mhm.
According
Yeah.
to Luke?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah, Luke's telling a whole bunch of stories. And
It's
I
nice
think,
fabric,
like-
isn't it?
Mm.
Is it nice fabric?
It is. It's very nice fabric.
well,
Is that, it doesn't look like anything in the range that we would normally purchase for people?
That would be like a resources discover action.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
fine. Well, I did up my resource last time.
Mhm.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And you can certainly take one to deliver it to the group to check out if you
Have
wanted.
I seen nice things like this before? We've been through lots of storage places, from taking it from the Nazis to like the Duke's space to
Mhm.
other things.
Mm-hmm. clearly she's made these. I'm going to need artisan or resources from you. That's what I'm going to need.
Well, they are the same, y'all. Okay, we'll just go with. Okay, I got a 1.
Yeah. It is not that difficult. You can ask me one question. Which for resource based?
Do these goods,
Mhm.
not the ham, but the fabric, look like anything I've seen in any of our current connections?
No,
Okay.
but this is expensive. This is silk. This is expensive silk. None of your connections have like the cleaners mostly don't deal with sort of high-end fabrics. These are the kinds of things that are probably rationed, and you're probably not going to be able to get them easily or legally unless you steal it or you are wealthy. This is high quality.
Well, I have
And it's
no
not
doubt
old. It's also not old. Like you can tell if something's like super, super old. You know what I mean? Like it's like it is not.
Well, I imagine you will do something lovely with this.
I thought this would be useful in the winter.
I have no doubt that it will be. It is only going to get colder, I suspect.
Yes. Well, I'll be waiting for him.
Yes. Just that reminder again to meet me at the bunker this evening for a debrief.
Yes. I hope there was no violence. He's still safe?
He is safe.
Okay. Thank you.
I leave. I change my clothes and head back. Check that the cart's still missing.
He's taking the bicycle cart. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can I no. I'll come back to old Luke. He's in trouble. I'll come back to Luke. I have to go meet with everybody.
I will ask you, what is the thing you say when you walk in the room?
I probably don't say anything. I imagine I just like walk in, everybody's there, and I'm like, oh.
Tea? Tea with whiskey? Whiskey?
Just the whiskey, please.
Some
Pour some whiskey, drink some whiskey.
What a nice balanced equilibrium we have going
Yeah.
here.
Just tea with whiskey and whiskey. This is the spectrum.
It's a nice
Oh.
spectrum.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you all had good holidays.
Let's just say unexpected.
Productive.
I imagine
Informative.
Does that have anything to do with the rumors on the streets?
Oh yeah. Yeah. So it's very much so.
Are we talking about the same one? The dead bodies?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. So Elias Yeager murdered 2 girls in my brothel to
We
make
should-
a message.
And that's where
This
we're
is
going to go to
after
break.
she's in.
That's
Yeah.
where we're going to go to break with Elijah Jigger murdered 2 people to leave a message.
You just hear Breatham at the background going, how was that productive?
That is where we're going to go to break. We're going to take a 10-minute break so that you can stretch, drink coffee, tea, whiskey, the tears of your enemies.
Fine.
And maybe you don't know that you might be in trouble because maybe you don't know that somebody talked to your mother. But I suppose you'll find out. It'll be fine. I would like to thank Drathdir and Rissa for for donating bits. 505 from Rissa saying, glad the gang's all here. And also Drathdir 1500 bits. Thank you so much. We are going to go to break so you can all stretch, hydrate. And when we get back, our group has some discussions to have, I think, because there's a lot of intel to share. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. And yeah, maybe you'll find out what stuff. It's good. I don't know. All right. We're gonna go to break, and please enjoy that, and we'll be back in 10.
Mr. Speaker, members will we turn from the task which they have forced upon us, a task which we were reluctant to undertake, but which we shall now most faithfully and punctiliously discharge. Mr. Speaker, this is no time, according to my sense of proportion, this is no time to speak of the hopes of the future or of the broader world which lies beyond our struggles and our victory. We have to win that world for our children. We have to win it by our sacrifices. We have not won it yet. The crisis is upon us. The power of the enemy is immense. If we were in any way to underrate the strength, the resources, or the ruthless savagery of that enemy, we should jeopardize not only our lives, for they will be offered freely, but the cause of human freedom and progress, to which we have vowed ourselves and all we have. We cannot, sir, for a moment afford to relax. On the contrary, we must drive ourselves forward with unrelenting zeal. In this strange, terrible world war, there is a place for everyone, man and woman, old and young, hale and halt. Service in 1,000 forms is open. There is no room now for the dilettante, for the weakling, for the shirker, or the sluggard. The mine, the factory, the dockyard, the salt sea waves, the fields to till, the home, the hospital, the chair of the scientist, the pulpit of the preacher. From the highest to the humblest task, all are of equal honor. All have their part to play. The enemies ranged against us, coalesced and combined against us, have asked for total war. Let us make sure they get it. That grand old minstrel, Harry Lauder, Sir Harry Lauder, I should say, and no honor was better deserved, had a song in the last war which began, if we all look back to the history of the past, we can just tell where we are. Let us then look back. So we plunged into this war, all unprepared, because we had pledged our word to stand by the side of Poland, which Hitler had feloniously invaded, and in spite of a gallant resistance, had soon struck down. There followed that astonishing 7 months, which was called on this side of the Atlantic the Phony War. Suddenly, the explosion of pent-up German strength and preparation burst upon Norway, Denmark, Holland, and Belgium. All these absolutely blameless neutrals, to most of whom Germany up to the last moment was giving every kind of guarantee and assurance were overrun and trampled down. The hideous massacre of Rotterdam, where 30,000 people perished, showed the ferocious barbarism in which the German Air Force reveled when, as in Warsaw and later in Belgrade, it was able to bomb practically undefended cities. On top of all this came the great French catastrophe. The French army collapsed, and the French nation was dashed into utter and, as it has proved so far, irretrievable confusion. The French government had, at their own suggestion, solemnly bound themselves with us not to make a separate peace. It was their duty, and it was also their interest, to go to North Africa, where they would have been at the head of the French Empire. In Africa, with our aid, they would have had overwhelming sea power. They would have had the recognition of the United States and the use of all the gold they have lodged beyond the seas. If they had done this, Italy might have been driven out of the war before the end of 1940, and France would have held her place as a nation in the councils of the Allies and at the conference table of the victors. But their generals misled them. When I warned them that Britain would fight on alone, whatever they did, their generals told their prime minister and his divided cabinet, in 3 weeks, England will have her neck wrung like a chicken. Some chicken. Some neck. What a contrast, sir, has been the behavior of the valiant, stout-hearted Dutch, who still stand forth as a strong, living partner in the struggle. Their venerated Queen and government are in England. Their princess and her children have found asylum and protection here in your midst. But the Dutch nation are defending their empire with dogged courage and tenacity by land and sea and in the air. Their submarines are inflicting a heavy daily toll upon the Japanese robbers who have come across the seas to steal the wealth of the East Indies and ravage and exploit its fertility and its civilization. The British Empire and the United States are going to the aid of the Dutch. We are going to fight out this new war against Japan together. We have suffered together. We have suffered together, and we shall conquer together. But the men of Bordeaux, the men of Vichy, they would do nothing like this. They lay prostrate at the foot of the conqueror. They fawned upon him. What have they got out of it? The fragment of France which was left to them is just as powerless, just as hungry as, and even more miserable, because more divided than the occupied regions themselves. Hitler plays from day to day a cat and mouse game with these tormented men. One day he will charge them a little less for holding their countrymen down. Another day he will let out a few thousand broken prisoners of war from the 1.5 million or 1.75 million he has collected. Or again he will shoot 100 French hostages to give them a taste of the lash. And on these blows and favors, the Vichy governments have been content to live from day to day. But even this will not go on indefinitely. At any moment it may suit Hitler's plans to brush them away. Their only guarantee is Hitler's good faith, which, as everyone knows, biteth like the adder and stingeth like the asp. Some Frenchmen there were who would not bow their knees, and who, under General de Gaulle, have continued to fight at the side of the Allies. They have been condemned to death by the men of Vichy, but their names will be held and are being held in increasing respect by 9 Frenchmen out of every 10 throughout the once happy, smiling land of France. But now, sir, strong forces are at hand. The tide has turned against the Huns. Britain, which the men of Bordeaux thought and then hoped would soon be finished, Britain, with her empire around her, carried the weight of the war alone for a whole long year through the darkest part of the valley. She is growing stronger every day. You can feel it. You can see it here in Canada. Anyone who has the slightest knowledge of our affairs is aware that very soon we shall be superior in every form of equipment to those who have taken us at the disadvantage of being but half-armed. The Russian armies, under their warrior leader, Joseph Stalin, are waging furious war with increasing success along a 1,000-mile front of their invaded country. General Auchinleck, at the head of a British, South African, New Zealand, and Indian army, is striking down and mopping up the German and Italian forces who had attempted the invasion of Egypt. Not only, sir, are they being mopped up in the desert, but great numbers of them have been drowned on the way there by the British submarines and the Royal Air Force, in which Australian squadrons play their part. As I speak this afternoon, an important battle is being fought around Adir Dabia.
welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm so excited to have everybody here. Welcome, welcome. Our team is all together in the palatial suite that they have in the Hotel Majestic, which is now called the Peninsular Paris because they changed the name. And they have all arrived together, having a lovely sort of breakfast with each other, with everything being right in the world. And with that being the case, we did mention some bodies, and I'm going to let you at it as we pull back the curtain, and we four, one person having tea, one person having just straight up whiskey, two people having whiskey with tea. You guess
one
which one is
person not having anything at all.
Regina immediately, as Frida says his name out loud, goes. Well, she would have locked the door behind her anyways.
Yes.
Goes straight to what I imagine is like a gramophone at this time. I don't know what they would have played like music on, but I imagine we've got something in the apartment.
Oh, yeah.
And
yeah.
I like
You probably, because you want to be good Germans, you probably have Wagner.
perfect.
Or Beethoven.
Oh yes, classic
Yes.
Wagner.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
you probably
yeah.
have extra records in the house right now for Frida to listen to practice to.
That's true. So like I just like turn something up and kind of boost the volume just a little bit. And Regina then walks back over and says, "It sounds like we need a debrief, but I imagine using the name of the man who's killing women openly is not a good idea." And she goes and like closes one door to the other half of the apartment and the door on the other side of the room to the other apartment and gestures for everybody to sit down as she refills her whiskey.
Oh, I'm gonna have to take my notes. Go ahead.
And-
Yes, Doctor. You asked how it was productive. We had a basis to form rumors upon.
Oh,
Yes, I
With,
heard.
with every good rumor comes a bit of truth, and we learned some things. Lots of learning.
okay. What did you learn?
It was likely responsible for the deaths of at least 4 girls, just from my brothel alone. Most likely from others as well.
Considering that the doctor is the one who's now doing all checkups on these girls, I would think Preetham knows them by name, or at least
Okay.
tries to keep track of them by name. He's the type that doesn't like just, they're not some faceless entities to them. They actually are
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
So you see him instantly just like, I mean, he already was feeling,
Yeah.
but he hadn't had the chance to really process it. It didn't really hit him. But then now, like when you said, 4 girls have died. What?
Only
Wait.
2, I believe, since your last visit. They were both Maries, or you might know them as Evelina and Katja. Katja also unfortunately had the displeasure of entertaining my husband when he decided to go visit a brothel upon entering Paris, apparently. Seems I was a bit too late to apologize.
Okay, well, so sorry. So you mentioned you've learned something of that as to who's the murderer.
But also, Elias we also ran into some communists, a communist, lovely communist lady on Christmas who advised not to go perform yesterday. Anywhere, or go anywhere really. And then also, but I don't know if it's also in addition to or a performance later the week for charity.
That was the charity event.
Okay, that was the charity event. Yeah, she said she give us very polite warning.
Did she mention why?
His inference was that there was going to be problems at gatherings, predominantly German, French sympathizers.
Oh,
You can check the paper if you want,
Hmm.
because it
We
would have
have
been
those.
delivered.
Oh yes.
Mm.
Oh, I think Freda checks the paper every morning.
Oh,
she probably like slides the paper to me.
She's done that ever since she's been staying at the hotel. She always wants a copy of the paper.
yeah. There was an attack last night at and I believe the way the paper would have this is because of what you all have done so far this season. It would be sort of like another attempted attack on the Berlin Nightingale, and it would be like the Judeo-Bolshevik, terrorists, and it would be this whole thing about how the Berlin Nightingale, and there'd be like a photo of Frida, but like a professional, like one of her like professional photos,
professional headshots. Yeah.
About how she would have been at this gathering, but she was sick, so she wasn't there. But
yeah, due to the stress of the past couple of weeks, had fallen ill.
Mm-hmm. And there was a small explosive that had gone off, killing some of the people that had gathered the day after Christmas. And so there's like about like and it was like regular people, whatever that means. People are going to go to a German French concert, but there was like a small choir of kind of like a church choir, and some of them died in the explosion, and there was like basically 5 people died, and some people were injured, and the headlines are all talking about like how awful the communists are, and then it's talking about how this is maybe there's speculation that they must have gotten the explosives from the Americans, and so there's a whole bunch of anti-American propaganda in there as well, because how else would they have gotten these explosives, right? So there's like this sort of, you can imagine the fact that there were explosives is true, but it's sort of being pulled into this sort of large scale
conspiracy,
and sort of like big anti-resistance propaganda, and a whole discussion about how this is the sort of thing that happens when good people turn the other way, and there's a big call for people to to renew their efforts to be informants, and that if they can sort of report on any suspicious activity, then it's better for everyone. And they really sort of play up the fact that French people were killed in this attack because it was an explosion, and this is what happens when you sort of support the resistance, that good French people are also murdered. And it's clearly a very serious propaganda effort to make it more difficult for resistance members, make it more likely that there be informants about. At least that's what the official news stories are spinning it as.
In the German papers, yeah.
Well, French papers overseen by the Germans, right? Yeah. And you probably would have gotten the French, and there's also a German newspaper, and you would probably, and like it's all very much like, see,
she
this.
Just sat at home all night. She's limited.
Yeah.
She's reading papers.
It's just a lot of, this is what you get. This is what happens when you when you're not proactive in your friendship. And Elias is in there, and he says, because his boss is not currently present, his boss is currently in Berlin, and Elias is looking fairly handsome. It's like a kind of like a more official photograph of him where he is sort of well, we don't know how, this is what is attributed to him, right? There's just like a picture like, well, and then, the head of the Gestapo says, that they're there to protect the French people, and that one cannot support terrorism, and that they will protect you from terrorism. But he only has a very small spit. There's a lot more from like the general Struppnagel, who who has is coming in like, well, the German forces will protect the French people. So like there's a way in which this whole attack ends up being spun in a way that you suspect might make it more difficult for you to recruit people. Or you just have to sort of watch out a little bit more for informants.
They have increased their propaganda.
You see, like, Pritam just like drop the paper in disgust, and they really know how to spin things, huh?
This is the job.
My dear lady, the way things are going, they might at some point just report you as a cat with how many times you avoided death so far. 9 lives in all. What are you on, number 5?
It's so it would seem at this point, 4 or 5.
Well, he has to safeguard the rest, and then you just see him like do a little cheer with his tea and then sip it. Speaking of Elias Jaeger, I do have something as well to report. I had a visitor last night, the very lady Jaeger, Miss Nicoletta, happened to be. She seems very distraught and came in while I was trying to rest,
In
unannounced.
here.
Yes, in my bedroom, or where I was sleeping. Yes, a bit of a shock. Was not expecting that. I was hoping that I could at least have some rest before meeting her, but she surprised me. Why? Was she? Would you guys inform him that you locked the room?
Well, we locked you in
Oh.
your room. So that sort of thing couldn't happen?
She
He has
definitely.
keys.
We put the key under the door so you could let yourself out. We didn't. You weren't a prisoner.
No.
No,
but,
right. No, but
it would seem Nicoletta has keys as well.
well, that would probably is scary. Well, that makes this a lot more sinister. Because well, she was there and I was nearly naked. That was not definitely not presentable. And she seems hurt. She definitely had some sort of wound on her. She seemed like she was hit across her face, and she had come crying, basically, talking about being in a vulnerable position. Her husband, I think she started believing that he may perhaps actually be who we've said or you've told her to be. And that's it. I don't know why she is seeking my assistance, but it seems that she was hoping I could help in some way.
Did you help?
I was in no position to do anything. I was hopped up on medication and ready to sleep. Perhaps I gave her a shoulder to cry on, and I don't even, half the night was a blur, to be honest.
Well, she has her claws in you now.
He doesn't really know what to say. But he's definitely like, she definitely didn't seem quite as scary as I projected in my brain.
Appearing scary and being scary are two very different things.
The most deadly creatures in the entire planet are beautiful to look at.
She did mention you, saying how everything was a misunderstanding and she regrets whatever happened in the past. She never really mentioned what it was, but that if you were ever willing to speak to her, she is there. Apparently, this I did not know, she knows your actual identities, and I'm hoping this was not in any form of the way of a threat, because it didn't seem like it to me, but that she is doing her best to keep it under wrap.
She blackmailed my father, which forced me into a marriage I did not want. In fact, she blackmailed both me and my father. Alongside the real Jaeger.
I've not met the woman. Well, we've not been introduced.
But you've been at the same parties that she's been
Yeah,
in.
she's like, I've seen her. I know what she looks like, would recognize her. Just, we run in different circles,
Well, if she wants to say she's sorry, she'll show up and do it.
Oh, yes, that's the other thing. How was it? Something about wanting a child.
Not with Jaeger, I hope.
Yeah, she needs to keep looking.
I believe it's she was looking to adopt, and she wanted to. That was it. And then that was like his light bulb kind of finally clicks. as KP's light bulb finally
Mhm.
clicks. I believe she was looking for my assistance to somehow magically procure a child for her.
She wanted
Um,
you to kidnap a baby.
I absolutely do not know how she or what method she wished I used, but um,
If you recall, she notes that you're an OBGYN and that there are
yes, yeah,
clearly people who might be pregnant with child but cannot
right,
take
right.
care of them. And
She definitely seemed like she was the altruistic type in the sense that she wished to
I'm sorry, did you say
uplift.
altruistic or opportunistic?
She's altruistic
Oh,
in the
right,
sense
right, right.
of in the
That's
sense
a
of
phrase.
she wanted to up practically uplift a child of from a lesser station who may not be wanted in said family, and therefore bring them into their home, which, at face value sounds quite lovely. And
At
Someone
face
for someone
value.
yeah, for someone
One
that has
second.
burned Shakespeare, that is very Shakespearean.
Did you say learned or burned?
Burned.
Burned.
She is a big fan of the bonfires.
Oh. Well,
Well, the last thing the power couple needs is a child.
Yeah.
Well,
Especially with Jaeger being Jaeger, I not want to put a child in that household.
but the promise of one is intriguing.
Did she mention why she can't do it the old-fashioned way?
what did, if I'm trying to recall, what did she say, or did she imply anything about
well,
Elias?
she did imply that it was not her problem.
Right. It's, a bit of a sensitive matter. I would say that there's some perhaps performance issues.
Oh yes. That would be Herr Jaeger having
It seems par for the
anxiety.
course, since the only way that he can find himself is through the wrong end of a blade.
Are you?
He gets his rocks off by killing people.
Specifically women. He has a hunter's mentality, a predatory way about him. It makes him and Nicoletta just perfect for one another.
Well, almost.
Two things. Pritam, you do have that consequence on you that you're the protector of her.
Yes. So I'm
And
like,
they
he's
are
definitely trying to.
they're confirming that he's a very, very dangerous man, which is what
Yeah.
she told you. I'm just going to note that.
Yeah.
Also, sorry, Lindy,
Yeah.
did you see Jeanette before she left, when she was at the brothel? Did you lay eyes on her?
Probably. You just, going through, checking everything, make sure everything's okay. Especially after an incident like that. She would have checked in with all the girls, been like, I'm going to get your new papers, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera.
Would you like to know something? Would you like to know something?
But at what cost, Trooper?
The cost is that then you know it.
Oh, it's just a then I know it. Let's go.
Really?
Sure.
Sure? Yeah? You want to know it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just know it. If there's no other cost other than the knowledge itself. Yeah.
Roll. Just say you rolled.
I rolled.
Oh, look, you succeed. So now I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
You have seen Jeanette before.
Yes. Not long, but briefly. Yeah.
Yes.
She would recognize her.
She did not look the same when you saw her.
No.
No, she did not.
How did she look different?
That's weird.
Did she look like she had gotten the Dr. Knochen treatment?
No.
Oh, interesting. Did it look like he'd gotten the treatment those two girls in the other room got?
No.
Oh, interesting. What kind of treatment did it look like she got then?
Well, a hair treatment.
Oh.
Her hair was dyed.
Oh, it was dyed. What color?
Oh gosh. Let me see.
Was it blonde?
Yes, and it had a styling to
Interesting.
it. It had a she had a very different cut and style.
Was it like, was she done in like a Regina-esque way? One might ask.
Weird. Yes.
Oh wow, that's so bizarre.
And her eyebrows
Okay.
were redone. Looked a lot like Regina's eyebrows,
Not
actually.
like Regina's
Yeah,
eyebrows.
yeah. And maybe you
And-
didn't
and
think
did-
about it, but as you're looking at Regina right now, you're like, oh, hey.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And is it what color hair does Nicoletta have again? Can you remind me? It's
Oh,
not blonde.
she's a brunette. No, she's a
She's a
brunette.
brunette.
Mhm.
No, yeah, I could see the problem. Yeah. Okay, that's all. Yep. Cool.
No, wait. She looked like Nicoletta, not like Regina. Yes, correct.
Right. She looked like
Yeah,
Nicoletta.
Okay.
Yeah. She looked like Nicoletta because if I recall correctly, our Jeanette is a blonde. She doesn't have the same kind of blonde hair as she was a blonde.
So she was dyed brunette.
Yeah, she was
Okay.
dyed brunette. In a styling, she would have changed her clothes, but in a styling that looked a lot like Nicoletta. She kind of looked like a
Oh,
little
weird.
Nicoletta mirror.
Was she beat up at all?
Nope.
That's really weird.
She looked well taken care of.
Was she like practicing or something?
That's
So
just a
probably
thing you
not-
noted when you gave her her room, that she
Weird.
looked
Okay.
like Nicoletta
Yep. Cool.
after being held
Noted.
captive for a while. Anyway, continue on about this conversation about Nicoletta. I'm just bringing it up because you would have noticed.
Lovely.
Yeah.
We see like Pritham just kind of, after taking all this into account, he just kind of goes a little silent. He goes, "Oh, and I went on a date. Well, perhaps I don't know if you can call it a date, but I went to the movies with someone. So, and to whoever that may concern. Yeah,
Whom did you go on a date with?
I'm not sure. I don't think would any of them know.
She was at the party, and they were also at the party.
Mhm.
True.
And Freda was a greeter at the
Mhm,
party.
mhm.
That's right. So he just goes, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but well, maybe considering the nature of who she is, maybe that might just make her stand out more. But her name's Lakshmi Singh. She's a
From the party.
yes.
You two were speaking?
Yes. She came to visit me at my clinic. We had a lovely chat, and she invited me for the movies. So that helped. But yes, that was mostly my night. Also, strangely, getting a lot of army soldiers in, so that's been a thing. And I also have a new safe house in this very hotel. Surprise! But
Safe house. How? From whom?
well, it's kind of my own place. But if you ever need another spot, if this is ever
I was just wondering if
compromised,
it was given to you or if you procured it yourself.
no, I procured it myself. I sought it out.
Right.
And made through my connections. I've used to get this room, and hoping primarily to do some good in it. It's still early, little side project, but definitely not going to interfere with anything else and any of my responsibilities. But it's just I realized that the people need a safe space. So yeah.
The newspaper also mentioned a bit of a rash of sexually transmitted diseases that have hit
Pritham points to
the SS.
Sort of my little my little side joke, you would say. Figured might as well hit them where their pride hurts, or where the pride's at. Make it hurt.
That's what the penicillin's for.
Yeah. I'm just not a big fan of what they've been up to the last few days, and
Oh no.
I figured if I could thin out the herd a little. I mean, what's a little medical slip here and there, a little rest day for 1 or 10 or many, you know? What are they going to do? Not listen to their doctor?
But you would be surprised at how many people don't listen to medical advice. Perhaps you wouldn't.
And I, like instantly, like Pritham stares at, at Regina. He goes, "Well, I can think of one."
And you also got intel from all the soldiers you were treating as well.
What was the intel again?
That apparently they're
Yes. Right. Oh. And I guess outside of the lighter news, the big thing I've learned, I'm not sure if you've heard through the grapevine, but things are getting quite serious out east. What we have seen here is perhaps but a taster of what's actually happening out there. And I don't know if anybody in our chain of command would know about this, but they're rounding him up. Thousands on thousands.
We had a feeling this might be the case after the census report we found. It seemed for whatever reason they have grown bold.
And you heard mass graves and just shooting people, emptying entire villages and towns.
They're becoming indiscriminate.
We'll report this information on my next radio broadcast to London.
Someone needs to know quickly. The sooner we can get it out, the better. Anyways, that's my report.
From his position leaning against the door, Oscar would, speaking of London's, I spoke with Falstaff. He seems to be busy, but helpful. Seems a bit down because of the loss of his father. He expressed his gratitude for getting him this information.
Did you tell him that we needed the paperwork?
This paperwork for
On the Bonza conference?
I believe we discussed that previously, didn't we?
You
Is that Freda?
You
Freda
have the
Oscar?
originals. You sent off.
Okay, we have the originals.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just
Right.
Never mind then. Scratch that. I thought. Don't know what I was thinking.
Because there was no way you could get the originals out of Paris.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Right. Cool.
Yeah, he was able to help me a bit. I was able to enter 84 Avenue Fork and relieve them of Jeanette and the majority of their political prisoners. And I smashed our friend's the serial killer's head against the side of a wall. It was Elias Viega. Which wall? It was the one in Jeanette's room.
Which serial killer?
Yeah, Elias. He had her dressed like his wife, and he had information in her purse that was planted to make it appear that she was hunting you, Regina. I believe that if I had encountered her later in this little foray into 84 Avenue Fork, I might have reached a different conclusion, which is precisely something that Jaeger wanted. He wanted me to, wanted you to think that she was attempting to take your place or eliminate you from the air of Paris.
Well, Regina lights up a cigarette. Jaeger is a simple man. He's trying to get me to show him what I'm capable of. He thinks I'll kill her because I have a distaste for her. But it is fine. I've already begun my hunt. Jaeger has to stay, at least for the time being. He is a very important person. And if he goes missing, there's no doubt that the meeting in Berlin will not happen.
I believe that the most dangerous person to Elias Jaeger is not in this room. It is Elias Jaeger himself.
I agree. Which is why he will walk into his own trap. I have begun work while all of you were celebrating. And she kind of looks at you like, obviously not the case. Your holidays. I was in the bunker. I have begun a construction plan for a trap, a large one. Jaeger will lead the party.
Trap for what?
For, well, the death of Jaeger and all of his SS.
Oh, that's not a trap. Fair enough.
It will take some time. I'm looking for a demolitions expert. If you know of one, I'd like to meet them. Where is Jeanette now?
She is on her way to London.
Good.
I hate to mention it, but perhaps there have been numerous explosions that are not of our making here in the City of Lights. I believe that they have begun with our red friends. Perhaps they would know someone who fits the description of demolitionist expert.
Yes.
I will note that Luke, having gone through SOE training, has had some demolitions training.
I have no doubt the communists are capable of it. They have made that loud and clear to everyone in the city. I thought maybe Luke would be interested in the job.
Oh, I do have work for Luke as well.
Well, it's funny. Luke seems to be on vacation. He did not return home for the holidays. He told his mother he was out on a mission with me.
Oh, that is not good.
I imagine that his crush had something to do with it. There was fine linens and a few other things that had been dropped off, given. I'd like to know who she is. Supposedly she's a student at the local university.
I could perhaps help with that, considering Lakshmi is a university student. Perhaps I can ask her to look around.
We have a name for her?
Unfortunately not. I have a debriefing with Luke regarding his mission this evening at the bunker.
I would love to accompany with. I'd love to accompany you if possible.
If you need any medical expertise, I'd like to be there as well.
I have some paperwork Luke needs to do, and I would love to talk with him about his girlfriend. I bet if we need him to open up about some things, I bet I could get him to do so.
Yes, he will open up about a few things, and depending on his answers, will depend on whether or not he goes on any more missions at all.
And whether or not we speak with his girlfriend.
Something about this girl gives me the wrong feeling. I think she is trying to, well, either convert him in some way or suss him out.
Neither is good for Luke.
Or us.
Or us, no. Question for you, Regina, since you were at the bunker when we last had this discussion. You wouldn't happen to know anyone who has Nazi gold bars, would you? Just laying around? Or who could get their hands on some?
Nazi gold bars.
Yeah, members of you weren't there. This was a safe. Oh, Dr. Knochen had a conversation with me. It's when we were being interrogated after the incident at the radio station. The radio station. And he firmly believes that I am going to spy on my husband for him and do whatever it is he wishes. That is not the case. But he did tell me everything he wanted to know from my husband, which is where the paperwork and the gold bars were, or specifically the gold bars, since we had to take them to buy our way out of Germany the first time. And so
Right,
they need to be
and-
put back into place with the paperwork to be inconspicuous.
I do want to mention that as soon as you mention his name, you see, like Preetham up till that point was fine, and then you see or possibly hear the teacup rattling on a saucer. There's a hint of like, I don't know if anybody would observe or pick this up, but there's a hint of like a little bit of fear, a little, just this instant stoic face about him.
Steady your hand, Preachman. You'll give yourself away.
I don't. And he just takes a sip. He doesn't say anything more.
I do not just happen to have gold bars lying around, but I might know somebody that knows where we could get them.
That would be wunderbar.
It has been a while, and maybe it's
Who's
time I return
this
the machete.
person?
He calls himself the Duke.
The Duke. Interesting. Criminal type?
A businessman.
The best
So-
kind of.
So criminal.
Criminal.
God.
He will at least lend me an ear and tell me maybe where we can find some who has them.
And if he does not, if you did not leave a particularly good impression, as we don't seem to tend to do with everyone we meet, I could perhaps try to get an audience with him as my brothel owner alias, as an newly burgeoning crime mistress in the area.
I will let
Or
him
could at
know.
least
He may still
accompany
be
you.
interested, but our rapport is as sharp as a blade.
Wunderbar. I should call my uncle. I wrote a letter, but it may not. How long does it take for mail to get to Berlin from here?
Well, let's see. It has to go through the censors first, unofficially, of course.
Yes, and it is mailed from the fancy
Yes.
hotel. So I imagine it's a little faster than some other
Yes,
parts of Paris.
indeed.
Mm-hmm.
There is some problems with the trains right now, so that's a little bit tricky. Train. There was this bridge that got blown up by some.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know.
true. Dr. Knochen made it out though.
Yes.
So, you know.
It's just that there's like a whole bunch of people that have in transit camps that they
Yeah.
cannot move right now, sadly.
Yeah, well, so sad. But how long does mail take approximately?
Couple
Would I
days.
know?
Couple days.
Couple days?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's already been like a couple days
Yeah.
since I sent my letter, probably. I have someone who might be calling for me here that might have some information as well.
Wonderful. Well, it sounds like we all have a busy day ahead of us. If you would all like to be involved in the intervening of Luke, we'll meet after sundown in the bunker. It would
The
be
Luke
nice to have.
intervention.
It would be nice to
Banner and
have.
everything. Sorry. No, that was me, KP. That was
I love
not
it.
It would be nice to have all of you home.
See what I
Yeah.
can do. I should give these to you if not. And I'll give the paperwork. You can tell Luke it's from me. I need them updated to be current. If I cannot make it out with you tonight. We have our current papers, so.
Thank you. And
Where's the
the
girls?
champagne by the door. Nobody touch it. I have a date tonight.
Oh,
Oh,
lovely.
As
Think.
Hogar, should I be jealous or in the dark?
Well, considering the fact it is your arch nemesis, feel how you want to.
Ah, well, I know you're safe.
well, perhaps then, since we are all about to do something reckless, I feel like a little bit of a checkup is in order, just to be sure we're at top condition, if you will. And then he pulls out his medical bag. Line up.
Sure.
Yeah, and then he
Afraid we're like-
wants to do like a nice general
Yeah.
checkup on everybody.
And while you're checking her up, she's like, so you went to SOE training, did you not, Dr. Singh?
Yes.
Did you learn anything about safe cracking in your training?
Well, I mean, I've had the rudimentary, the 101, I would say, but
Wunderbar. Could you crack a safe for me?
you do know I'm a doctor, right?
You just said you knew the 101 of safe cracking.
Well, I'll add that to my resume as well, I suppose.
It would be a
yes,
shame not to put your skills to use, no? Practice keeps them sharp.
I do have steady hands for this, but sure.
Wunderbar. It's in
whose
my
safe are
office.
we?
It's in my office in the brothel.
Oh,
Behind the picture of dogs playing cards.
Ugh.
outside of questionable artwork, and did you just forget your own combination?
Oh no, I inherited this. Well, inherited. Good word here,
Oh.
actually. The brothel from Tango and Sigmund. Sigmund was, I believe, a bit more of a criminal element, and he did not. Neither of them. Sigmund is dead. Tango is not in this country. Gave me any information practically about said brothel, and so I'm having to figure out the safe code for myself. Maybe we'll be lucky, and there'll be Nazi gold bars in the safe.
You need 4.
Well, if we are so lucky, then that would simplify quite a bit.
If not,
of
it's
our
a
problems.
safe we now have access to.
Fair,
That would be wunderbar, Doctor. Thank you.
of course. And then yeah, while he's doing that, he like well.
You're able to travel a bit more freely than I am, so.
Touche. And then in the meantime, he as he's looking, is Frida looking okay? Is she all right
looks
overall?
100%
Of course.
fine. She's looking actually a little more healthy since the last time you saw her because she's been able to eat regularly. Not a scratch on her. She looks great. It's like she's gotten no stress or anything.
If everybody could be Frida, the dream.
Now, you might question her mental state a little bit, but not because she's stressed out, just because she seems to know a lot about criminal stuff. It's weird.
Does she seem pregnant?
I don't. You tell.
Because I believe there was a conversation you wanted to have about that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, also, Doctor, my husband asks, what people ask in general, I suppose, could you just tell them I'm pregnant? About 2 months pregnant?
I've lied about that once already, and that did not go so well. And he kind of eyes Regina for a second, and then goes back. He goes, "Do I want to ask why?"
Oh, because my husband's an asshole. And he's not particularly kind, but and he was the person who also got him interviewed by Dr. Knochen. So he might not be the fondest of you when we have to travel with him back to Berlin. But if you're the doctor, the fertility doctor, who is confirmed that all is well for the time being, I have to tell you, I suppose. So I have been pregnant before, about 7 times, and no children.
For real?
For real.
And instantly, like, his demeanor just changes, and he's just like, he like takes your hand in his, and he like just cups it in a comforting way and goes, I'm so sorry to hear that.
I thank you for your sympathy. But that man is abhorrent and does not need to bring any children into this world. But he's much more pliable when he believes that there is hope, especially after so many attempts.
And what will happen on the day that he finds out that either this is a sham or this is number 8?
Hopefully by then he'll be dead.
So we're banking on something quite sure then, huh? Okay, well then with that, and then he kind of like he grabs.
You have
some
nothing
of-
to worry about. And sorry, is that of course.
Well, if it helps, I suppose. And then he kind of just like notes it down on your
I've
medical
put up
record.
with him enough. After the conference, he will be either the perfect scapegoat, or he will be dealt with, or perhaps both.
Well, let's hope for the best then. And then and then like as he's writing his medical notes down about Frida, like where the checkbox is where that says are you married or are you pregnant or not, he hovers over no for a second and then goes over and then like everything about his medical training he's going against in the situation. His ethical training, and then he marks down yes, notes down some false conditions, and then attributes her sickness last night as part of the reason, like because she was pregnant, or she's now found out to be pregnant, and it's part of the sickness that she's been having, and and then prescribes some dietary changes that she might need, and then she goes,
"Thank you, doctor. I
you
appreciate it more than you realize."
Well, glad to be of service. Well then, if you don't mind, and then he kind of points to the
Yes,
couch.
please move on to someone else, and I just go.
Unless you, and then he called. Who's next in line? I'm assuming it's Oscar, considering.
Yeah. Oscar would come forward and take his shirt off, and he would have like a bloom of bruise on his left shoulder, just like the entirety of the socket. It would be like black and blue.
He looks at that. He looks at you. He goes, "So, how many months pregnant do you want to be?"
I'm
just handing them out today, so feel free. 9 months. I mean, I could attribute something with. What did you do?
I ran out of fate points.
Pritham just looks confused and a little delusional.
I slipped. This was my way out of 84 Avenue Falk. I had done many amazing things inside and couldn't stick the landing.
And he kind of just like gently presses at it, looking to see if you like broke anything. Is it just sprained? And does it look like, so is the shoulder out of its socket, or is
you can see that it was out, and he put it back.
He reaches in, pulls out some ointment. He goes, "Nothing much we could do, really. Is just manage the pain and hope your body heals it quickly." He just kind of rubs it in, and then he goes, "I mean, outside of that, how many more times have you slipped? Did you slip more?"
I usually don't slip at all, but this was a pretty good slip.
Quite.
But this is the first time I have slipped while with child, so this is something that I must take into consideration.
You just see like Pritham just squint at you and just like fed up with all
he would smile and reach up and kind of pat the forearm of the doctor. "Thank you, doctor."
Of course. And then he kind of bandages it up, just kind of like, cleans it. Well, just perhaps not slip again, and give your shoulder a little bit of rest. Don't perhaps. What shoulder was it? Like left or right?
It was his left. Yeah.
Okay, so is he left? Is he
He's right-handed. He's
okay,
right-handed.
so okay, yeah, so not dominant. So luckily, it's not your dominant hand, so yeah, you're good.
Thank you.
Anything else? I'm being serious. I'm just handing these out today. So if you want to be pregnant, medical marvel.
You must take me out to dinner first, doctor.
And just Pritham finally smiles and just gives him a wink. All right, let's get this over with. And he looks at Regina.
She doesn't even pull up so you can see skin. She just pulls up the baby jacket she's wearing or vest to show the shirt underneath, and she's like, "It's healing fine. I'm fine."
That's what you said the last time. Take a seat. Please.
She sits.
Okay. And then like he does like he tries to do a little bit of small talk here and there. He goes, "So date, huh?" As he's like checking your vitals and your pulse and like he also checks up on your leg, because I remember your leg was also effed up. How's that doing?
Yeah, I believe she was shot in the leg the last time. Yeah, she's had some troubles, you know.
It's healed fine. The gut wound has healed fine.
He goes, and it's healing, but her fine and my fine, the definition is very different, I feel. So he goes, but he knows that at this point he can't force her or anything. So he goes, "Can you perhaps promise me try and avoid the bullets next time instead of running into them?"
I make no promises, but I promise not to shoot myself.
That's a start. That is lovely. I will take that as a win for today. And he kind of like writes all of the vitals down and then goes, "Some more pain medication, one at a time, please. They're pretty potent. And how's your sleep?"
Fine.
Fair, but if you need to be more than fine, here's another medication, just in case.
Can I get rapport from you?
From me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Rapport.
Do I get to roll against this?
Yes, you do.
Well, it's a 3. So
That's a 3. Deceive?
Fine. You're talking to the greatest
I'll
liar.
never shoot myself again.
Wait, hold up. Wouldn't this be medical?
This is a psychological situation that I'm asking you about.
She will take the pills from you, and she says, "I will take them if needed."
When needed.
Mm-hmm.
And he just like stares at her and smiles. Okay.
And just this one, and she points to the sleeping pills. This one's morphine. What is it?
Phenobarbital.
Oh, approximately how much per dose?
Half a pill.
Wonderful, great. And this one, and she points to the pain medication.
She's weaponizing your prescriptions, just so you know.
Kevin knows.
She goes, "I will absolutely put these to good use." The chemist is going, "How many of these to kill a man?"
And then he kind of just looks at you, he goes, he can probably understand what you're thinking. Hopefully. Do you think, I don't know, I don't want to make an assumption. So, but I feel, knowing who you are as a person, he goes, and he just under his breath says, "The entire bottle." And then, just in case, hands another one. He goes,
She pockets that one too.
This one is for you only.
Can I get a roll? I'm going to need a couple of rolls now, actually. And I also need to remind Greg that if you want to get a plane, you need to let her know so she can put that in her report, in her call.
Yes.
Yes, plane. I'm going to need resources medical from our good doctor.
Both resources and medical?
No, resources, but, if you have a specialist.
As a medical.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Where's my resource? Where did it go? I moved it around.
I believe you have your specialization is medical?
Yeah, medical. Yes. So, submit. Ooh.
That's a 2. You need to beat a 3.
I'm going to use a fate point.
Using your aspect?
I will be using my Oxford trained doctor.
Indeed. I will now, with that, give you, Regina, an aspect.
Oh.
And that is...
Dr. Feelgood.
That's what I was writing down! How did you know? First off, I'm distressed that you knew exactly what I was writing down. It's Dr. Feelgood with a free invoke on it. Just right there for you.
Me on Regina?
Yes,
or-
you have given her some sleeping pills.
I will say, since pretem's this close, you might recognize that Regina's been crying a lot, like the swelling around the eyes, and you probably smell a lot of alcohol in her breath. That's all. She gets up after she pockets the pills and puts her coat on. She says, I have to go meet the Duke.
Before she would leave, Oscar would take that time to say, if you wouldn't mind putting in your reports that there would need to be a plane to the place that Falstaff knows of.
Yes, of course.
Doggone.
Before we go further, Regina, that's the communists' place, and as far as you know, they're trying to murder you.
I will see what I can do. That location may be compromised.
Should be fine. Falstaff is... We were secured some goodwill.
Let's hope it is a lot of goodwill.
It's 3 brothers worth.
You're going to need at least 6 for Melody.
Yeah. I'm halfway there.
Maybe if I don't attend, our goodwill will stick.
Thank you.
I will note that because of that failed roll, our prince does not note the consequence that Regina has, and so that consequence remains not in recovery.
Wait, no, but I used a fate point.
Are you to get your 3 to a 5 to tie with her?
Oh no! I tied to her.
Yeah.
So, do you mean the deceive roll?
Yes, the deceive roll. That was your rapport versus deceive. Yes. So that was the earlier roll that she beat you on the deceive. So you do not know about her weird fascination with Elias Yeager. And so that stays present. Because you don't know. You don't know it. That's fine. It's cool. Just want you to know.
Hey man, you can't catch them all.
Can't catch them all. She's got secrets, layers, onions.
Be truthful to your doctors, people.
Oh,
Freda's been super honest with her doctor.
Not you.
Yes.
That was a public service announcement to everybody out there. The
Prince?
doctor's only as good as what you tell them.
I will say she's not been super honest with anyone but her doctor and maybe these people in the group. But it doesn't matter. They're not her doctor. It's fine.
Also, there's a knock at the door.
Oh, right as I go to open it to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Can I peep through the hole?
Sure.
Who is it?
The help.
Ooh. I open the door with a smile. Yes.
And there's a waiter, a young man. Pretty Tom, you know this young man, and he's got like a cart, and he just sort of like goes, Madame, Monsieur, your lunch, and he's just like sort of wheels the cart in and walks back out as he just like nods to you all and heads out. And
what was it? Wait, which is his? What was his name? Is it him? Is it his name? What was his name? Damn it! What was his name? Trooper.
This one is not Jean Christophe. It's the other one. It is Alban Affre. And he just sort of smiles at you warmly. as
He was the barber, right? He was
no,
the
no,
one
that's
that-
Jean Christophe.
That is Jean Corso.
Yeah, yeah.
He's the one. No, yeah. So no, John. So Alban is the one that wanted the writing.
Yes.
Okay.
And he just sort of
So-
smiles at you all as he sort of just drops off.
Dankeschön.
Before he leaves,
Yeah.
Pritam's like, Alban.
Monsieur, Your
I
Highness.
was actually looking for you.
Oh.
I was about to actually, if you don't mind, do you have the moment?
Oh,
Just a quick moment.
oui.
Well, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Holga over here, who is part and head of the propaganda and written division of the radio station.
Oui, I know.
Well, this will make it easy. And he turns to Holga. And
Oh,
goes,
no. He's not the head of radio. He's working on a movie. He's in the film division.
this is KP messing up. So, I meant to say more of like,
But it makes sense that he could have said that, right? Because right.
yeah. So, but
And the waiter knows
But-
exactly who he is.
yeah, he goes, very true. But what do directors need? Writers for scripts, right?
Indeed.
And again, there's a moment of like Pritam's like, come on, work with me here. And then he kind of looks to whole guy, goes, so I completely forgot to introduce him to you, but I did meet this young gentleman who is an aspiring writer.
Hogar walks right past the doctor towards. Sorry, Hogar
yeah,
walks
go
right. No, yeah, he walks right. Just that doesn't. Well, he kind of does. Ignores Pritam as he walks past. And we didn't order any food, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So he walks straight up and he goes, so you're a writer, you're a storyteller.
Oui.
Talented one at that. You just hear Pritam like yell from the back.
Then, Albin, I need you to tell me the tale of who ordered this food.
No one? It is a courtesy. It's about lunchtime, so I thought you would like lunch.
Is this something that normally occurs?
No.
You can kind of see like Pritam come like a little nervous after, like only probably Holga would understand, but you see him like put his hand on your shoulder and not realizing it was your left, and kind of gives a very slight squeeze, like saying, "Hey, just follow along, please."
My good or bad shoulder?
Your bad shoulder. That's what he said.
You're bad.
Oh, bad? You said my bad? Okay.
Yeah, I think I said just because that was the first place, just because he's in a hurry.
Yep.
To kind of just like not have you antagonize this young man.
Who's like on the other side of the 20s. Do you know what I mean? Like he's not mid-20s anymore. He's like 27, you know?
Yeah. He goes, Alban here approached me the other day while I was alone in here when you had all left. And he...
Does he seem nervous about being here? Alban?
Rapport?
He approached you.
Give me that rapport.
Damn it.
Ooh, nice. Let me roll his appropriate skill. Do you want to do anything about that?
No.
He seems nervous to be in the company, you would say, of somebody who's well known to be kind of an asshole.
Then let's turn right into that. Takes his food away. When I want to order something, I will order it. I don't need charity.
He takes the cart and he just like starts moving, and he looks to the doctor for...
And you just see Pritam give a thumbs up. He goes,
and he sort of nods. He goes, Frau Leixner, I'm glad to see that you're here, that you seem better. Frau Engel, also, that your health also is better.
Thank you.
The ladies.
He gives like a slight like sniffle afterwards to indicate that she wasn't well the day before.
Yes.
I bet she played up on that, you know.
I go, wait, you came all this way, and since you are already late for lunch, maybe you could deliver this elsewhere. And I reach over to what I imagine is like something by the door that has like a pads of paper on it. I like write a note, and I fold it and I put the room number on it and I drop it on top of the cloche or whatever is like on this this cart. And I say, deliver this direct to the Jaegers, please.
He looks a little weirded out by that comment because they do not live in this hotel.
Yeah, they don't live in this hotel.
Oh, I thought they did.
Oh, no, they're
No.
SS. They don't live in this hotel.
That was why Nicoletta showing up in here was a big like, oh.
Yeah, because
I thought
she
they
does
lived
not live
there.
in this.
Oh, okay.
They do not live in this hotel.
Oh, then never mind.
Yeah.
If Regina knew that, she would not have done that then.
Yeah.
Then she'll just lean into being the bitchy housewife everybody's come to know and love. And she simply says, next time you want to deliver lunch, try to do it on time. And I like bust past him.
And Freda will be the sympathetic one who's just
Good cut,
who's
bad
like,
cut.
you know, thank you though.
And he hesitates for 1 second.
Like, thank you for your efforts, you know.
He goes, would you mind if I had an autograph?
Really.
And he hands you like,
Moment.
he has like a pad that he uses to take orders.
You're
And
like, oh, yeah, of course. She'll take her time, you know, and sign it. And what's your name?
Alban. Alban, you can just... it is a pleasure to meet you again. I'm here often, so... merci.
Thank you.
He sort of like tucks it in, and he just sort of gives a thumbs up to the prince and then leaves.
We got a good cop, bad cop. Freedom and I'll be the good cop.
As soon as like the door shuts, you just see Preetham turn to Holgar or Oscar and goes, "You are sometimes the densest man I know."
I would ask you the same thing. This man approached you. He brings up courtesy food while you're here. You don't think that there's any reason why someone might want to be close to Frida?
I absolutely do know, because he is actually, he's a spy, and I'm trying to bring him to our side so we can spy on who's spying on us. And I needed him. I figured.
Oh, so I should
Turns
play
out-
especially clueless. Thank you, Preetham. Thank you. I will.
So you buried the lead there a bit.
But I did not have any opportunity to bring this up. I was trying to be a bit.
Had a debriefing before you gave everyone medical exams.
I've met a spy. He works here in the
was not
building.
really
Look how
a-
quickly
it was-
that took.
I'm sort of new to this, but I tried. I
Alban.
eventually came to it, right? In the sense of he's.
How do you know he is a spy? Did he walk
Do you know
up
who
and
he's a
say,
spy for?
Well, I would assume from what my deduction is, he's here from Elias.
Oh, wunderbar. Yeah, I wish to see him again.
Hmm.
Yes.
And so I deduced, and after having
Oscar-
a conversation,
Oscar looks over at Regina like, what you
Oh,
think
Regina
of this?
walked out. She
You walked
left.
out?
Yeah, she left.
You know what? I'm going
Wait.
to as well.
Because you just like you walked by him, right? Yeah, but so, like, you left before he did, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wunderbar. This is so good.
Oscar's
So
going to
good.
head out as
I
well.
can use this. Mm-hmm. Freda's like,
goes,
yes,
and
I
so-
can use
so-
this.
and so he goes, "Please that dismay. Perhaps this actually might play out a bit better than I thought, considering that, you being who you are, sticking to your character. However, play
So
along with me a
which-
little next time."
Hmm.
Not you. That he's talking to
Yeah,
Oscar.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
talking to Oscar.
Mm-hmm.
He goes. I'm trying to basically. What's the word? Is it honeypot? Is that the right word? Yeah.
Mhm.
I am basically trying to honeypot him into.
Which sort of
wanting
implies you're
to-
going to have sex
You're
with him.
trying,
but-
right. Yeah.
You catch more flies with honeys and vinegar.
So basically, he's like, my intention is perhaps if we, gussy him up a bit and give him what he wants. I deduce that he doesn't want to be where he wants to be. He wants to be a writer. And so through that, if we can give him what he wants, we can use him against the very people that are trying to use him against us.
What kind of a writer does he want to be? I mean, paper, songwriter, book writer. There are many types of
Ah.
writers. You need to narrow it down a bit more.
And one second.
Because
He
if he's
goes
an
into his
aspiring
little.
songwriter, this would be very easy.
He goes into his medical bag and pulls out a stack of papers. He goes, I didn't have a chance to read. Terrible title though. And he just tosses it onto the table.
It's a short story, about like 25, 26 pages of sort of like onion skin sort of typewritten notes, folded in half lengthwise. And it's like an evening in Paris, and it is enthusiastic. Do you?
That is the worst way to describe.
Do you read it?
He's
Poor guy.
an enthusiastic
No.
writer.
Maybe not this very instant, but she will read it at least, because she has a lot of free time
It's
right
true.
now.
It's true. Yeah.
Yes, she would definitely read this, especially if he's gonna be back and if he's a spy. She'd be like, I especially loved the moment when she can reference it, like him knowing she's read his work,
Yes.
that kind
And
of thing.
Pritham definitely was going to if his plans were not allayed that night.
Yes.
He went to go see a movie. Yeah. He went on a date instead. It's a very
Freda would
enthusiastic.
have gone on the date and then read it afterwards. Freda is like, "What's sleep when you could?"
Frida
plot
and
use
Regina have so
things
much
of
in
people.
common.
Why would you sleep when you could do things to use people better to your advantage? I don't understand.
Yet again, they have so much in common, those two. It's a very enthusiastic short story. It's gonna win all of the. Not gonna win the things. It's not gonna win the things, but it's enthusiastic.
Short stories.
And we can be quite as enthusiastic about his enthusiastic writing for certain benefits. And he goes, and then Pritham just kind of turns to Oscar and goes, hopefully it's not much of a favor to ask, but I feel that knowing you, perhaps you can use some of your connections. And granted, I feel that most people in this day and age don't quite make it to where they are through their own talents, but through connections, and therefore, perhaps we could be these connections for this young man, and then curry some favors so we can then literally spy on a mass murderer.
Doctor, this is Oscar speaking and not Holga, but I would let you know that I'm not sure how if you are familiar with show business, but it isn't something that the one in power does to conscript an enthusiastic writer. It's usually the other way around. They do something for you. And
indeed, and I have not, that's what I said, I have not guaranteed anything. I've just given him a life raft, perhaps, to kind of cling on to.
I will leave this enthusiastic life raft writer to you, and if he brings us something that could be considered,
Can I play with him too?
I'm not in charge at all, but it's I'm just telling you that this you are dealing with someone who is at least open enough to let you think that they are a spy. They are not doing a very good job of it then, if that is
Even better. Let them think they're doing a wunderbar job spying. Play very dumb.
I'm going to leave now. And he does.
You just see Pritham is like the kid who's trying to impress his dad, and his dad is not impressed.
Freda just pats the seat on the couch next to her.
Pritham just sits down and goes, I thought I did a great job.
You have not manipulated people much, have you?
Shut up.
I could give you some pointers if you would like.
You seem kind of just nod a little.
I just pours him some more tea, and it's like, well, I have some time to kill. Let me tell him how to use people's emotions against them.
Now there's a timing situation we've got to look at before we just end this episode. You two, because I was like, okay, you left, he left, you two are here, all right. Phone calls, okay. Trains, got it, yes, So, I will have to start. Regina, when you leave, since you leave first, where do you go? And with what level of speed?
It's a great question. I think Regina would leave as if she was on an average winter stroll to get, you know, more gifts for the holidays, or just like, you know, try to make it look like a normal, I guess it's afternoon now.
Mm-hmm.
You can always
And-
use the excuse of you're running an errand for the nightingale because
Yeah,
she's
like,
staying
come
with
on.
you.
So like I maybe I'm out for a stroll.
Before you leave the hotel, because of directives, there are people with guns, and they're like, Frau Leisner, you cannot go by yourself. One moment. And they will gather like 2 soldiers who will come with you.
Super lame. But we kind of did this.
Frau, there's a lot of violence in the street.
It's true. I was simply going out for flowers.
Oh, we will come with you. Would you like to roll an awareness check?
I sure doggone would.
Mm-hmm.
Not my best skill. Nope.
Okay. Would you like to succeed at a major cost?
Sure. That sounds fun.
Yes? Great. Okay.
Hell, did you hear the happiness in Trooper's voice? Just the sheer
The genuine
joy.
surprise.
Yeah, I know.
Oh boy, it's Christmas for me.
It is. The major cost is that you will be delayed in leaving long enough. For something else to happen.
Okay, does that happen this week?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
So, timing is everything at this moment. Timing is everything. What do you notice? You notice that waiter who has rushed, like, because you're there, the guards are sort of like wanting you to wait till you can get an escort. There's a whole bit of a thing. You have to wait a bit. And you notice that waiter, who you do not yet know is a spy, rushes down to a phone and makes a phone call. He does not see you, however.
But I see him.
Mm-hmm. And he sort of rushes and makes a phone call very, very quickly, with hurried tones, as you're waiting for your escort.
Oh, I make note of that.
Timing, however, also says, this is on Oscar, not me, that Oscar is going to make it down to the lobby around this time.
Oh, do I see Oscar? I go, oh, gentlemen, no worries. My husband's here now. He can escort me where I need to go.
Oh, but you should not go by yourself. You must have armed escorts. This is a directive. There have been a number of attacks. It's important.
I look over and like, darling, as I kind of wave to Mr. Lexner.
Yeah, he would come forward, but he would also have he would have Clements bring the car around. He probably would have called for him to bring the car around.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And we know these are the hotel guards. So these are the guys that I've kind of been.
These are the ones in the lobby. So these are not the ones on your floor. The ones you know much better. This is
but the guys in the lobby are the ones I got
Yes.
drinks for too.
Yes,
so
yes.
they're a little bit
Yes.
okay with me.
Okay.
Yeah, he would say
before you say that, hey, would
Yeah.
you like a fate point? You don't have any.
I'm gonna have to say yes because I don't have any to give you.
You could use the group fate point if you wanted, because there are 2.
I'll leave that up to the group to make the decision. As of right now, I'm going to have to obviously take it unless you all elect to push a fate point.
Would you like
Always
to know
open.
what aspect I'm invoking right now?
Aspect for me?
Because I'm going to offer you a fate point. I have to invoke an aspect in order to do so.
Sure. I mean, just for S's and G's, let's hear what aspect you wanted to.
Ghosts from the past.
Oh
Fuck
no.
me.
No,
Okay.
no. I'd say you spend a fate point when it's ghosts from the past.
Yeah, that sounds like
I don't
one
have
thing
most of my
you
ghosts
need.
from the past are actual ghosts now. So it's not
But
People
not
not a big
all of
threat.
them.
Holgar Leichner, and
But
I'm
not
not
all
about
of
that.
them are
Yeah.
actual ghosts.
Yeah.
I'm just
Let's-
saying that I will give you a fate point for you to
Hey.
see a ghost from your past. It's all about timing.
I was actually going to go see a ghost from my past, but if
Be
you want to
shy.
bring one to me, that's
and this will be a bit of a timing problem between you and your wife. We'll see what happens. Would you like that fate point?
What do you guys think? Because I have to say yes, unless
I say you spend a group fate point. That's my
Yeah,
vote.
open to
Because every
spending
time
it
we've
if
had
you want to.
ghosts from the past invoked, it's been a whole like.
I'm not going to
Side
vote.
derail
So the three of you vote on what you
I
want me
vote
to
you
do here.
use it.
I vote you
I vote
use
you
it.
use it.
All right.
Yeah.
I used the fate
It's
point.
there
So-
to use. It's there to use.
It's true.
Some people might say I ain't afraid of no ghost, but that is not the case in this game. I don't think.
Yeah, we
I was
are.
gonna
We are
take it,
afraid
but-
of
The
those
last time we
ghosts.
saw it was your mother. You're not mother.
Well, it can't
And
be
we
it
had
can't be
to
the mother-in-law
murder
because
her.
she's dead, so it can't be
No,
her.
it's there's so many other family
Or
members.
she came back to
possibly.
haunt you.
All right.
I'm just not about it.
And so you are not drawn away, dear Oscar, by a ghost from your past. You may join your wife as she calls for you.
Sure. Yeah. And he would invite with Clements driving. I think we had two people that would ride on the side rails. Yeah. And get into the car, and he was going to have he would then like kind of whisper to her if they're on the
Before
outside.
you can leave the lobby because of that
I know.
major consequence that
Something's gonna
Regina
blow
took.
up.
Oh yeah. I just want to know how many people are going to come in the crossways. You miss yours, my dear friend Oscar. Your ghost does not show up in time to be in the lobby with you, but Regina, your major consequence, you've been delayed long enough for your major consequence to arrive.
Okay.
Guess who comes into the hotel lobby?
Jaeger.
Yes. How did you know? How did you know? I mean, could have been that phone call, but just sort of strides in, sort of surprised to see you both. Sort of surprised to see you both. It's interesting. He goes, the Leixners. It just goes so good to see you on this happy day.
You as well. We were just telling these men how we don't need their protection. My husband is fully capable. He did save me last time.
Captain Leixner. How are you?
Oh, I'm okay.
As am I. You know, why don't I take you? I can be your escort.
For flowers.
Oh, of course. There's so much danger on the streets, and I wouldn't want anything to happen to you either of you.
That's very kind. But I don't need two men to go shopping for flowers.
Ooh, technically you need 2 armed guards, and he is only 1. But Holgar Leixner, as we all know, is not actually very good at shooting or fighting. He's barely armed. You probably want someone much more qualified.
I'd like to invoke that free aspect I have that Holgar is the better man, and he just casually looks at the guards around like this fucking guy. You know, just to, and I want them to be like, no shit.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Right?
And he goes, so, shall I escort you to your flower picking, whatever it is?
It seems like we have very little choice.
Oh, if you always have a choice, my dear. He says only to Regina.
Then maybe next time I'll get to make it. Come, gentlemen.
And he goes, guards, you're not needed, to the army guards that he does not have jurisdiction over. And they kind of just look at Oscar, like at Holgar.
Yeah, right. Can Oscar make a? I don't think we have to roll for this because Regina and Oscar have been together for quite some time.
Yeah.
Oscar looks at Regina to see if it's okay for him to leave her with.
Oh, Regina gives you the eyes like, please.
Yeah, right. I listen. This was not a question. I know the answer.
Like
I was just
Regina
getting
looks at you,
verification.
you know what? This is actually perfect because of the consequence.
Exactly.
Regina
Right.
probably looks at you and there's that like, yes, agreement, it'll be fine, but you see something else, like that glint of almost hunter-like excitement to be in a car with her prey.
Gotcha. So that's exactly what I thought everything was. So in answer to, Holgar is going to turn and he's going to kiss Regina on the cheek, and he's going to say, just have fun with your play date. I will go on and do my work. Have fun with your flowers. And he says that to both. Elias casts another glance at the guards about this fucking guy. And then
Elias is gonna make a roll to see if he can like outsway them. I do not think that will be particularly successful, but he's, he feels like he's winning. So he wants to put on a bit of a show for these guards who, don't know him very well or like him apparently. So I'm not saying this is going to do well, but you know how he is. He's also very good at these kinds of skills. Wait, is that even on his pyramid? Let's see. This is going to be rapport. Great. Let's roll that. He has it at mediocre. 1. to sort of, show how like he is the winning guy right now.
Do I have to roll something or
no? The guards do. They roll. It's a tie. They're just like
unimpressed.
Actually, they have the boost, so they would.
So he's like, "Yeah, I will accompany your lovely wife because clearly, she knows who the better man is." And he puts out his elbow for you to take, and the guards are just like.
And Oscar actually gives them a look and kind of nods. Have a good day, gentlemen. And if there is a way to convey your current record against me, Elias, is Owen forever. That is what he does.
And I think he looks at you a little bit confused why you think you're winning, because clearly he's winning. And then he sees the 2 guards behind you kind of roll their eyes, and you can see his ears get red, right? As he kind of gets that it's not working.
I think Regina's got to back Oscar up on this. Like this is just too good to be true. She takes his arm and she says, "Yes, come, Jaeger. You're not going to need another guard, are you?"
No, I actually have a car already. I wanted to show you something.
Wonderful. And I thought we were just shopping for flowers.
We are. I know the best flowers in all of Paris.
Well, then it looks like we will be back later, darling.
And he tries to walk out with swagger, but you can tell that there's some sort of, I don't know, like
on the way out, Regina says, "Just loud enough for all the soldiers to hear. I did not know you were interested in picking flowers."
And then right when she says that, if they stop for a second, I want Holgar to walk out with his entourage with as much BDE as he possibly can get, as he just like busts open the door like he's in a music video.
And can we have a moment where I'm sure he's very flustered at this point, and he's not really looking to see how he's walking or what he's walking on or what's in his way.
He has performance anxiety.
He does. It's true.
He's having a lot of performance anxiety nowadays, and therefore, I don't know if this requires a roll. Can we have him trip? Just as he's trying to walk out.
He has to do that. He has to do that trip where he trips and looks back like somehow it's the ground's fault. Right?
That would be a fate point.
But then, there's nothing there. But
that would be a fate point.
Something tripped me.
That would be
you
a fate point.
You want to use a fate point, KP?
I will use this fate point.
You will.
For
Yes.
Good call.
Regina, as you are walking out, your arm in the crook of his, he trips, and you can see him beginning to stumble and trying to catch himself. As you are walking arm in arm with...
There's nothing I can really do here.
The question is, would you like to?
Do you want to let him fall, or do you want to catch him?
Or encourage him to fall, because he's trying to catch himself at the moment.
Okay, let me think about this, because this is how do I want to play this?
Mm-hmm.
How do I want to play this? Okay.
Do you want to be his friend and catch him, or do you want to trip him up even more?
I'm going down with him.
Oh.
On top of him.
Oh. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think
I'm here
if I
for it.
can,
Yep.
I'd like to roll a deceive that's like,
Please.
and I'm
Please.
gonna go down with him.
Yep. Please roll that deceive. And I would like to
4.
know, oh my goodness. Are you trying to create an aspect, or are you wanting to influence? Give me what you want here.
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, if I think we're going to do what we're going to go do. I feel like setting up an advantage of some kind would not be a bad idea. For Regina here.
Since you're going flower picking, yeah, you might want an advantage.
I know he's having performance issues.
It's true, he is.
But he has a little bit of a thing for Regina in a weird serial killer kind of way.
He does.
So I'm wondering, oh, I know what I do. Okay.
You have to remember, this is Elias, whose thing for you is
very strange. I know.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is very strange.
Okay. Yeah. So Regina's gonna like go down as like a good German woman, land on top of him, and while she's there, where nobody else can hear her, she's gonna reach down his pant leg and flip the safety on his gun and say, "You should be more careful."
I'm gonna roll a will to see.
And see if I can't build a little bit of a. I don't know if crush is the right word, but I do think. Okay.
Well, I mean,
Greg, for this.
Approves.
Can we call this advantage bone up?
yes, if you make it, because remember, the thing you'd want to touch on Elias to make him excited, if you're gonna reach down his pants, is his gun.
Yes.
Precisely.
That's what she said.
That's it.
Oh! Yes.
Well, that was really good.
Yes.
Ooh,
Y'all. Yeah, just that like slight reach down. And I want to keep eye contact is my goal so that he knows that I don't even have to look at the gun to flip the safety on and off.
Gosh.
There's an instant swing.
Gosh. That's a bad fail.
Diamonds are
That's
felt.
a good fail.
I'm good. He has a fate point that he got.
Great.
He's going to spend it
Is there a little wet spot?
for a reroll. I don't know how helpful it will be, but he got a fate point from y'all messing with him, so he's going to spend it. I don't know if that will be better, but
it's a little better, but it's still not good enough.
You're beating him by 2. So
If he wants to go toe to toe,
yes,
Regina's here for it.
yeah, you're going to
I
get.
think this is Elias Yeager, the punching bag day.
We're going to call
us
this.
just giving him
We're going to
consequences.
call this bone up.
It's like Vader. I felt something I haven't felt.
It's somebody who knows how to work the safety without even looking.
Without even looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah. And honestly, it's a little bit of trying to you know what? No. I'm sitting on these fate points. I'm spending 1.
Oh.
I would
Do
like
it.
to make that a
Do
6.
it.
Ooh.
I'm gonna make that a 6 because
What's the aspect?
here's the thing. Regina has the mind of a killer.
Yeah.
And he knows that.
Yeah.
He knows that. And that's what he's really drawn
Yeah,
to.
that's true.
That's what he's really,
All
really
of that is
drawn
true.
to.
Yeah.
So Regina would like to get that second
No.
on him, that
Yep.
advantage on him.
Yep.
And that's the one we're gonna use, mind of
Yep.
a killer.
No, that is what would work. And he just gets this look in his eye that is disconcerting, perhaps to other people. It's a look that is excited in a murderous way, a sexually murderous way, wherein you are not the victim, but you are like his partner.
Yeah, it's a little Bonnie Clyde.
It is a little Bonnie and Clyde, and he's like,
Okay.
and he like gets up and he helps you up, and he goes, and then he just kind of looks. He goes to look right at Oscar, who's left apparently, just like big boom out the door, and he sort of frowns a little bit, and he goes,
No one's there to see it.
and
So
no
does
one's
that
there to
mean
see
it
it.
ever happened.
No.
When the log falls in the middle of a
Setting the bait.
forest.
I'm just setting that bait.
And he goes, shall we? We have, I think, a nice afternoon in front of us.
I very much look forward to it.
And you pass by, and the camera will sort of note as you pass by, and he takes you to his car, which of course has a driver, and he opens the car door for you as he slides in, lets you go in first, of course.
I do, showing just enough leg so he can see my gun.
Oh, gun? Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. It's not the leg; it's the gun, and
It's the gun. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
He notes the gun, and he's like, "Oh, that excites him." He doesn't care about the leg.
Pitch in a tent.
He cares about the gun. And you two walk by some woman walking back into the hotel as you pass by, and we will see you go in, and Oscar's already driven off with Clemens in the front and another guard in the back, and your limo goes the opposite direction as this woman comes into the hotel and into the elevator and up to our floor, fourth, fifth, fourth. And she knocks on the door. Pritam and Frida, you hear a knock on the door.
I think Freda has been going through some acting exercises with Pritam, but instead of like, oh yes, these are acting exercises, she's reframed them to be like, all right, so I'm a person. What am I vulnerable in? How are you going to use this against me? Like she's doing those things right now, and it's probably maybe frightening him just a little bit.
Job.
Yeah, and she's like, no, this is what and just explaining. Then we hear the knock, and she's like, well, I'm living here. I suppose I shall get it. It looks like a little peepee hole.
And there's
just a little bit.
a good-looking young woman. Well, I mean, not that young, actually. Early 30s, late 20s.
Do I recognize her at all?
Good question. Roll performance.
Oh, okay.
This is a performance question.
Oh, wonderful. Good.
Ah. That's a success at a minor cost.
Oh. But spend it's near the end. I'll spend a fate point and make it a 5. And my high concept is a famous German opera singer. I know, of course, performance things.
Yes, you do. At the door is a woman. Probably 28, maybe. Short, blonde bob in a kind of 1920s style. Blue eyes. Dressed well. Sort of a fur coat on. I don't think you would recognize her. You wouldn't recognize her. Oh, but wait. No? Actually, I have a question for you.
I have an answer for you.
Back in the day.
Oh, the good old days. The premarital days?
The premarital days.
Oh, even better.
You met Oscar at Dora's.
Yeah.
Did you ever see him perform after that?
Probably. She liked to go hit all the hot spots and things, She was a little bit of a wild child. If she could be out till 4 a.m, she was out till 4 a.m.
And as you're pondering, you're like, she's familiar. There was a play. That's right, there was a play. Oscar was in it, and she was in it. And as it's ticking through your mind, you see her pull out a key and begin to put this key toward the lock.
I'm gonna time it so that I can catch her with the key. Because I see this and I see, I'm like, oh, she's gonna play with Oscar. I'm gonna write that in my notes before I forget real quick. In play Oscar. And I'm gonna I'm looking, and then I open the door. Yeah, who is it? Oh,
this
you're not housekeeping.
No.
As I see the key heading towards the lock. Oh.
This is a woman, an actor, and she was in this play. If you remember correctly, it was a theater company that he had been a part of, and she what was her name? You're trying to remember. It was like a theater
Yeah.
company, a Becker, and her name was Isolde Becker. She was the daughter of Jerry was her name. This woman, she was like this really cool theater. Like she's like this theater impresario, and she ran this company. And this was her daughter, and it was some sort of contemporary modern play, right, from like 1932, 33, might have been a little bit earlier. And she was in it. She was sort of like the ingenue. Yes, you remember her. You do remember her, and you
Mhm.
may ask me a question about her if you like, since you rolled successfully.
Well, I feel like the obvious question is, the fuck is she doing with a key trying to get into this apartment?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's a great question.
Yes.
Yeah.
What I will say to that answer is this key.
Would you like me to use less language? Because I
No.
could.
This
could.
key is a copy. Not.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like someone had a ring of keys to this apartment at one point in time and is maybe giving out copies. How bizarre.
And
Wow.
she clearly did not know that you two were there.
Did not think it was home. Yeah, and so she opens the door, catches the key. Oh, you're not housekeeping.
Oh,
Entschuldigen? Can I help you?
I'm here to surprise my good friend.
Oh, who may that be?
And she smiles.
I smile back, twice as lovely.
Well, it doesn't seem like you're about to surprise anybody, considering you're about to open the door and barge in. So unless you're about to throw
That
a
would have
party.
been quite a surprise. Please,
Yes.
who is it you were here to
Sure.
see? I'm sure I can leave a message for them.
Holger Leixner.
Ah, Holger Leixner. All right. And what is it you wanted to tell him, Isolde?
Well,
I just give her a warm smile as I take out a pad of paper. And I write out her full name so that she can see it on the paper.
Could you please roll rapport as an attack? Because that's clearly what you're doing.
Are you sure? Sure. Yeah.
That is clearly what you're doing.
But I'm being so nice.
That's why it's rapport. And not provoke.
All right. Oh, that's actually good.
Oh,
Hey,
that was
bitch.
not a good roll.
That's what I like to see.
And she
I feel like
smiles.
this is perfect for Pretom to see
Mhm.
because Fredo was just
Yeah.
going over scenarios on
Yeah,
how to use.
so like he's
She
paying
just gives like
attention.
a slight glance back, like that she can't see, that just says watch and learn. As-
So you see, this is how you fuck someone up.
And she smiles broadly and she goes, "Well, Frida, Voigt, really it should be, shouldn't it? But I suppose you're still going by your maiden name."
That, stage names and all that. It is
Oh, yes.
encouraged.
Yes. And she just walks in and she takes off her jacket and
I
hands
don't
it
stop her.
to the prince. She just hands you her fur coat. And she says, "Well, yes, of course. I mean, you would keep your stage name, but it's so strange considering you've not been on the stage for so long." That'll be her attack towards you.
Okay.
Preetham does like to
Sure.
assist in the sense of he goes,
Oh, that's actually a really good attack. That's okay. Let's see what we can do here.
I do. Ooh, that is not cool and fun. I do want to mention that Preetham would at that point, and I don't know if this can help in some sort of advantage. He goes, "Well, we are in the 20th century, and therefore performances and stage and platforms have changed. Miss Engel here is a special guest at our radio station. Her
I know.
own program."
Roll that will.
It's a will? All right.
Mhm.
Sure. That is an atrocious will roll from me. Wow. I could have only rolled one worse. I think I want to spend a fate point to re-roll rather than just add to it.
Using what?
Oof. Simple social manipulator.
Indeed, please.
Would my thing give any sort of advantage at all?
You get to go next. after
Oh,
her.
fuck.
Bub.
So you take 3, she takes 3.
So I put a check on the 3 mental box. Is that how
Indeed.
that works? I've not actually had to suffer any consequences in
Indeed.
anything
In
so
your
far.
in your stress
I'm
box
learning.
though. In your
My
stress,
stress box.
Yes.
Sure.
Because
Cool,
as
cool.
long as you can soak stress, you
So
don't.
I check the number 3 box.
Yes, indeed.
Wonderful. Cool.
And-
I'm learning. I've
and
just
the-
been dishing it. I haven't had to take it.
And then the prince says something, and she looks at the prince.
And I'll be like, yes, this is Prince Pritam Singh
Interesting.
and Doctor.
Yes.
Not sure.
I've
I'm
heard
the personal
all
doctor.
about you.
Oh, well, looks like my reputation precedes me. Hopefully
As it
good
should.
things.
And she sits down on the couch, and she leans back, and she says, "This will be interesting indeed."
Indeed.
And that's where we're going
Tea?
to call it for the evening.
I just have tea.
Yes, tea. As
I'm about to smash that tea in her face. Yeah.
oh, so nice. We will leave the good Isolde, a blonde woman with a short bob haircut with impeccable makeup,
Mhm.
in your suite, putting the key back in her pocket, and we're going to remember that it's that the prince
That
gets.
key's not going to be in her pocket when she leaves.
We'll see, and we'll see what the prince has to say when we start next week, and we're gonna then leave Regina and Elias in a very nice town car together to go
My
get
little date.
flowers.
Murder date.
I'm sure it'll be fine. And Oscar, where are you going?
He was going to see Isolde because he
Oh.
knew where she was. He invited her to Paris to be in the movie.
Yep.
That is my ghost from the past that I was literally going to see.
Yep. You are going to miss her because
No shit.
because she has come here
But when you
because
see her next, she might have a lot of mental stress, possibly. We don't know. We'll see.
we will see. She just thought maybe you perhaps were not in your apartment because somebody told her that you weren't. And you are
Weird.
not. But weird. That's where we're going to end it, my friends. We have got you all ready to have friends. I'm interested to see, dear Oscar, what you find in her apartment. I mean, but maybe you won't go to. I mean, I don't know what you're going to do. Yeah.
I'm sure it'll be a hoot. I can't wait.
There might be interest. It's very interesting that you're going to see her apartment when she's not there. Yeah, cool.
I love it.
Yeah, we're gonna give our outros right about now, and I want to thank everybody. I'll chat. Thank you all for being here, and I was like, this is all about timing, right? And I was like, okay, this is okay. Well, this is how this is gonna go. So thank you everyone for being here. I would like also thank you, Domestic Dan, for that raid that came in. Thank you so much. I didn't even see it. So let's first off thank the people who have given us some bits. I would like to thank Lightning Invoker, who, by the way, Lightning Invoker, I see you. You're awesome. I love your little icon. Who has
He is
donated
awesome.
1,000 bits and says, I'm not caught up, so I can't stay. But I wanted to show my love and appreciation to y'all. Thank you so much, Lightning Invoker. She's very close. Rissa, 500 bits, who says, ooh, the checkups alone were worth the price of admission tonight. That is true. And then also our last 500 bits from Rissa, who says, excellent show tonight. Thank you. I have to thank them. And as I thank them, let me go around and let me ask each one of you to say, if you would not mind, how are you? Who are you? Where can we find you? Show some love. And how do you expect your date to go next session? Because each one of you have your own dates. Yeah. Let's start with Greg, because Greg is going to go on a date perhaps with an empty apartment.
That sounds like a lot of dates that Craig's been.
Oh, I can't believe you're going to go to her apartment and she's not there. That's
Oh,
awesome.
how the tables have turned.
That's
She thought
awesome.
she was doing that, right?
Yeah. That's awesome. That's so great. Anyway, I love that. I'm so excited that you're going to go to her apartment for no reason. Mostly because that's awesome. Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited. So, yeah, Greg, who are you? Tell us about your son's podcast, and then give some love, and then tell us how you're feeling about your upcoming date. Well,
Right,
Oscar's
okay,
at the date.
Greg Grimjack 21502. As Trooper mentioned so graciously, my son has a podcast called the Awkward Teenagers Podcast. They are barreling in on 100 episodes. They will have several sponsor announcements coming up very soon, which I'm so over the moon happy for him about. And a huge surprise that for the 100th episode that I can't wait for him to say. So if you ever want to hear two really kind, and I'm not saying this because one of them's my son, but I am just a fantastic young men, just hear their take on the world at the ripe old ages of anywhere between 13 and 15, because they've been going at this for a while. Check them out. They're great. Love for tonight. I obviously love Trooper, KP, Lindy. You guys are absolutely the best. But tonight, on this night, my love especially is going to Dot. Dot, is, as always, is fantastic as Regina on screen. But what you all don't know is we have a chat going on here in Zoom that is absolutely fantastic. And I started something concerning Elias about doing the proverbial like cough, flaccid cough. And I'm not going to spoil the magic that Dot spewed forth, but it was glorious, and you should all be very proud, even though you're not exactly sure.
I'll give you one hint because it was my favorite. Wet spaghetti.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
It was fantastic. We were promised that a monster had been unleashed, and I was not let down. And so that's why this is fantastic. I love hanging out with all these people on a Friday night. It is a joyous thing. And I also love hanging out with everybody in chat. You all are fantastic. You're engaged. You just make this night so fantastic and so well-rounded with having just constant conversation and stimulus. You all are the absolute best. Trooper, thank you for making this world, and thank you for letting me tromp through it. My date next week, empty room. I'm sure it's going to be interesting, so I can't wait.
Yeah, because she has things in her room that you might be interested in. Speaking of things in people's rooms that might be interesting, Lindy,
What?
who are you? Where can we find you? Give us some love. And then how do you feel about your date with Isolde and the prince?
Oh, so love first. I love everybody here. They're fantastic. But I do have to give a shout out to our dear Dr. Pritam Singh, because he's just such a good bean, and I Frida's like, oh, you poor non-crime child. Let me teach you so you don't get hurt. 'Cause she's very worried about him getting hurt. She's not worried about herself getting hurt particularly much, because of reasons. And then lo and behold, opportunity just walks through the door, and now it's a bit of a challenge because she's actually received a little bit of stress. Like, ouch, that stung slightly. That's the first thing that stung me in months. Let's go, bitch. So I cannot wait. I'm very, very excited. And yeah, and also the poor guy having to lie about all of these pregnancies and non-pregnancies, and just it's like, hey, can you do me some papers, please? He's such a good sport. I appreciate that. And of course, just Elias Yeager, the punching bag tonight. Apparently, we just beat up the poor fool.
He's
repeatedly.
really good at other things.
He is, but now he has performance anxiety where he did not before.
Well, you know how you cure that, though.
In 2 months, maybe.
So a little bit of murder. Go ahead.
A little bit of murder and at least 2 months of time, bar minimum. So, just I don't feel sorry for him. I'm just real thrilled. It was very exciting to have a punching bag that was a serial killer. Yeah, and then just Regina and Oscar just like, no, we're leaving. There's you spy. No, we're gone. Bye.
We're too German for this.
Loved it. I just loved all of it.
Where can we find you?
You can find me online at Laugh Love Lindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I GM and play tabletop RPGs. Normally, you would find me next on Praxagoratha's Bephoria's channel on Sunday night for some Romance of Blue Rose, but I will not be there this week, so you can watch
I know
Trooper
why.
and everybody else.
I know why.
because of a birthday.
Yes.
And it's not mine, but it's my
Mhm.
husband's. So we're gonna be doing other things. Like
Happy early
being
birthday.
nerds. But you will find me on Monday and Tuesday night, hopefully, if my internet behaves, unlike earlier this week, on my channel running some Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, you can find me tomorrow night if my internet behaves for Aliens, because that is happening tomorrow at 9 Eastern. Yes, at 9 Eastern. I had to check the time. So definitely do not miss that. It's a once a month game, but we've been off for the past 2 months because schedules suck and summer is tough for scheduling. But we will be here. We are arriving at the egg, and I am very scared for my character's life and my radioactive girlfriend's life. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. And this game was much more than fine. So thank you for having me.
You're welcome. For the other third of this nice trio date, KP, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. And how do you feel about your upcoming date next week with Isolde Becker?
Movie one.
Oh, tag team. It's okay. Hello, everyone. I'm KP, also known as KP11 Studios. You can find me on all your social medias, primarily on Twitter and Instagram. I do photography, I do cosplay and portrait photography. I also get to play and have this wonderful opportunity to play with all these talented and amazing people. Fridays, right here on Troopers channel with these lovely people here, kicking Nazis' asses, which is absolutely fantastic. And then on Sundays, I'm actually back again with Dot on Cobalt Press's channel. We have a game of Into the Southlands, where we play a bunch of little critters running across D&Ding up and just causing massive chaos the best way we can. So if any of that interests you, come check me out over there. Check us out over there. You can find me mostly living out at Twitter. If any of, I try to, lately I've been getting into a lot of dad jokes. So
They're so amazing. Your dad jokes are the best. Side note.
Listen, none of that is mine. I am absolutely
Dad
stealing
jokes
this
are a
from
fine
elsewhere.
art and should be appreciated.
What was the last one you did? The one about what do you wear when you go to court?
Oh, a lawsuit.
Oh, so good, so good. Dot's upset. Give some love, KP.
Yes. But yeah, check me out there. Also, if you like Indian culture, anything related to that, or just POC culture or BIPOC culture, representation, I do a lot of advocacy related to that and information dumping about that. So check me out on Twitter to catch all of that there. As far as a love, dear Lord, I love all of you so much. So much. I just every moment I can, even if I'm not like actually playing my character, just watching what you all do, y'all are damn talented. I just love it. But I think today I especially loved the relationship between Preetham and Frida. Like every time, like I was telling, Lindy and I, we had a little side chat going on, just mentioning like it literally feels like siblings. Like
Yeah.
I'm starting to see this nice connection forming between them, where he trusts her and he sees her capabilities and admires what she's able to do that he cannot do.
Mm-hmm.
And just like the way that she kind of basically is taking him under his wing or under her wing, like is absolutely fantastic. And I love that. And I'm just excited to see where that's going to go. I also just love the little interactions that he has with each one of them, because I see like these unique relations and bonds forming between all of them that I'm super happy. And I can't thank you all enough for inviting me and letting me be a part of this, because it's just been so far so fantastic, and I just can't wait to see where all this goes. As far as what I want from the next episode, I want to kick a bitch's ass.
What do you mean? Doesn't she seem very nice to you?
Listen, man.
She had a key.
She did have a key.
You have to understand, Preetham's a prince.
Yeah.
Or first and foremost of his life. He's a stickler for manners. That's the reason why he's so gentle and kind to people and tries to be very polite.
And she's just like, hold my coat, which is not.
This is going to be the politeness war. It's going to be like, we're going to kill her with kindness and maybe drug her tea.
No,
it's going to be fine.
There's going to be a point, if she keeps pressing his buttons, that he's going to go the same way he went up on freaking Dr. Bones' ass.
Yeah.
He's going to just be like, bitch, who you talking to?
Yep. I'm very excited for this date. I'm excited for all the
Oh.
dates, actually. Speaking of the third date, oh, Dot, who are you?
Hi, friends.
Where can we find you? Give some love, and then tell me how excited you are for your date.
I am Dot. You can find me online playing tabletop stuff. As Little Red Dot. Pick your social media of choice. I spend most of my time over on Kobold Press, as KP mentioned, as their Twitch producer. So check that out. Or you can check out my podcast, Pod by Night or Understitch Fate. And if y'all have just like, the smallest amount of capacity, you can actually go vote for me right now through Monday for the Game Hers Awards. I've been nominated for a few things, which is cool, including Twitch Streamer of the Year and Creative Streamer of the Year, and for the podcast and for the Alien Emanation game that I did over on Make Gaming. So check those out. It'd be cool to, even if you don't vote for me, go vote for one of the amazing women out there making our space more diverse. Love. Okay, I have a lot. I have two. Trooper, I always have to give you love because you know how just the moment where Regina might be getting low on stress, you add things like Luke has gone missing. So I just want to give you a
I mean,
a little
missing.
love.
He's
I'm just gonna give you a little love for stressing Regina out
thanks.
just one more time.
But you haven't been checking in on him. He has been doing stuff.
I went to check in on him.
Yeah.
That's why I was there. Okay. Anyways, my next bit of love is not going to
It's
Luke.
been there every day.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say.
He's not a house plant. We need to like.
He's like, Mom's like, you should stay home in this miserable place with me for the holidays. And he's like, I'm on a mission with Regina.
Bye.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
you child.
it's okay. All actions have consequences. That being said,
He's 17. He's 17.
My
Sounds like he's a man.
My other star goes to KP actually, because let me tell you, watching Pretum spill the beans about Nicoletta showing up at the door
Oh my gosh.
was both glorious for Dot and horrifically angering for Regina. And I thought it was just like, it was so, because poor Pretum just doesn't know.
Yep.
Pretum just doesn't know, and he couldn't have possibly known that that was a trap.
It was a trap.
Said that was a trap.
It's a trap.
He could not possibly have known. And I almost feel bad for the poor man if Regina could get past the sheer anger she's feeling. So anyways, yeah, that's I have to give a star to KP for that because it was just so loving and
He was
unknowing.
and she suddenly showed up in his bedroom.
In
and-
his
Oh,
bedroom.
and he's drugged up and Regina's like, this poor man, this poor man. And as for
I believe it was a severe
sorry.
consequence you took. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
well,
By the way, I'm very proud of how I got back from that.
It's true.
I'm just gonna say I should have gotten a full-on severe consequence, and then Two-Bird didn't realize he put out a little lifeline, and I was just like, there it is. I'm gonna jump into that.
Latch
Love at
onto
first
that.
sight.
Can I get a recovery
Yeah,
roll? And
wow.
I was like, yes, you can.
Yeah.
Well, next week is going to be very interesting. Regina's very much looking forward to this date. She was already going to go drop by and see Elias anyway.
Oh, nice.
And y'all, he's jonesing for it. And Regina is, to her knowledge at the moment, things are going almost better than she could have planned. Almost better than she could have planned for old Elias.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited. I'm excited to see if it brings out the best or worst in Regina.
I don't know.
And yeah.
What is, I'm so sorry. I forgot. I don't always remember people's aspects. What was Regina's trouble aspect? I wish I could remember. It just slipped my mind.
Oh, not like I invoked it tonight or anything.
What was it?
Mind of a killer, heart of an artist.
Interesting. Cool. Neat. I hope I
Just
don't forget
saying.
that next week.
Just saying. Well, I mean, I left my good gun at home. Anyways, it should be a very interesting and it should be a very interesting date. I imagine it'll be very Hunter versus Hunter.
I feel like you guys just hang out together and have fun. Like you're gonna go to an
No.
arcade, right?
Like
That's
Elias would know fun if it slapped him in his flaccid penis. Like, come on. sorry that is the note I'm going to end on. Y'all check me out on Little Red Dot. I'm going to shut up now.
And I can't wait for Void to come back, which is you GMing, and then also KP as a player. So I'm excited for that.
Oh yeah, Void will be coming back probably in the new year. If you need a little more sci-fi in your life, you can come check us out over there again on the Make
I
Gaming
also
channel.
play a really gentle character. What is with me? I need to go freaking renegade, y'all. Like, I need to do a renegade
Do it,
character.
KP.
Hey,
Where he's just an asshole.
hey, we don't know what will happen to our dear prince. I'm just saying, because our dear prince has a little
He's
bit of...
getting lessons from Freda at the moment, so don't hold on to him being a cinnamon roll for forever. That's someone.
And I'm troopersjp. I'm your GM, and I want to give love. Oh, okay. So I want to give love to everybody. I want to give love to Greg for, first off, for going to go and see Isolde. Like, that's great, because Greg's like, that's where I was planning to go, and I was like, brilliant, so good. Also, the interactions between, between Holgar, well, gosh, and the prince. I love that. That sort of like debriefing was very, very good. I am frightened, but I give all of my frightened love to Lindy, because the look in your eyes when Isolde was like, oh, but who are you? And I was like, oh, nope, here, it's on. And I was like, oh no, it's gonna be bad in the most glorious way. And I'm just hoping, like, if this were not the 1940s, but like the 1980s, there would be some Alexis Carrington, Alexis Colby Carrington, Dexter, she had like 18 last names, and then like Crystal Carrington fights in like there'd be like comments about champagne, and then like there'd be like a pool,
Like,
and
she called
Somebody
me
was
a
going in a
nobody.
pool. Yeah.
Yeah, she called me a nobody, yet I had to think like 15 years back and really, really hard to have an idea of who she was. So obviously no one's gonna miss her.
oh,
No one's cares. Who cares? How dare?
Looks like we're doing a little bit murdering our own.
No, not murder. Maybe some light drugging, key stealing, and slander, but not murder. Why would we get our hands dirty with that? We know people
Sounds
for
more
that.
scary.
But she had the audacity to let herself in here, so
oh, you opened the door for her, so it was fine.
I did. But her intent was made very known.
I'm gonna give also some love to KP. KP. I loved you're trying to deal with the informant that you had, who was like the spy that you'd caught, who was like, wait, but wait, and you're like, no, it's fine. No, wait, just
I got this.
It's
I
brilliant.
was so proud.
So good.
Like Preetham was so proud of the fact that he's like, I caught him. I know he's spying on us. I'm gonna turn this around. I'm gonna be a goddamn badass here, and they're gonna just clap. They're gonna be like, yeah, you did great. And then like it was the most opposite response, and I loved it. But like Preetham was just like so dejected. He's like, but I did things.
You did, and then they left, and then also the spy left and was like, hey, boss, so she left, so she's by herself. You can swoop in now, because he did not see Oscar leave. So there was like a lot of, it was just the timing of it, right? He's like, she's gone, great, I'm gonna tell my boss. She's gone, she's gonna be, you can pick her up. And then like and he's like, great, I'm coming in. And then there, like, it was just, the timing was perfect. Not for them, but for y'all, it was great. And then I'm gonna give Dot some love for two things. The thing about Dot is that she knows how to seduce a serial killer. You know, gun safety, and also
It's the
gun.
little thing, John.
just that's it. Like, some people be like, you know, the big eyes. No, it's not the big eyes. It's the, I know the air safety's off, and I can put it on without anybody even noticing. See how subtle I am? Guns. Yeah. I appreciate that very much, because I was like, yep, no, that'll do it. Yep, that's it. It was good. It was great. So that was us. Thank you all for being here with us. Next week, we've got the whole crew again together, and I'm very excited for all the things that you've all shared, what you're all going to do next. You've got like a safe, you've got some bodies that are in boxes, in crates, I suppose. There's stuff going on, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen, because I gotta tell y'all, our players have jacked up a bunch of people. even more so than those people even know. And the head of the SS had to go back to Berlin for an award. It was more like a conversation about what's going on in Paris right now, because it's not looking good. Yeah, so it's really good. And you can find me, what is it, tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow's the season finale of this 4-part show I'm doing at Unexpected Productions, which is an improv theater out of Seattle. It's a fake reality dating show. You can see me there on Unexpected Productions at 2 p.m. Sunday night.
Is that the one with the sleeveless Hawaiian shirt?
Yes, it is. I need to go and learn how to do some pronunciation of Klingon before tomorrow. That's really important. I've got a Klingon love poem that I've got to be able to go and get the pronunciation right, and so wish me luck. And then, you can see me at Blue Rose tomorrow at 8 p.m. over at Praxagora. But more importantly, thank you all for being here. You all are lovely. This crew is amazing. And hey, crew, guess what? You all did a whole lot of stuff. You all have a group breakthrough.
Woo!
Yeah. That means you can also, that means not only for you, but also for your factions. And yeah. So excited to see what they're going to do.
Good job, snakes.
Yes, so good. So everyone, take care of yourselves. Give each other love. Make sure you take care. If you want, you can support us over at Academic Foxhole on Patreon, which goes to pay this cast. You can join us on our Discord and, say hi. And I want to also give a quick shout out to Willen TW, who takes our notes. Thank you. And those notes are going to go up online as soon as I get a little bit more time than I have at this moment. Who gave us 100 bits, who said, "Wow, thanks for an awesome episode. Great to see you all again." And what you do not know is that if I'm sitting there going wait, there was an NPC that was like a bartender from season 2 somewhere. Willen, type. What was the name of that bartender? And Willen's like, I got you. And will just tell me. So this is the best thing about everything. Willen has got me. Thank you all very, very much. We're going to see what our characters do, if they have any sort of rewriting of their aspects they want to do, what they got going on. And I will see you all. We will see you all later. So we'll catch you on the flip side. Thank you so much. And take care of yourselves. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Ciao.